Okay, welcome to this meeting of Kaihu District Council, Wednesday, 30th of August 2023. I'm open to this meeting, and first duty is to call for apologies. Have we any apologies today?
No, Mr. Mayor.
No apologies. Can I have a mover for that, please? We don't need a mover. Okay, no apologies, no mover. Okay, confirmation of the agenda. Can I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Howard, and thank you, seconder, Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins. All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Conflict of interest. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest today?
And change 81.
Conflict of interest, could that be recorded, please?
I too. Plan changes.
Can I have a mover for that, please? I'll move that. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Rachel Howard, Rachel Williams. All those in favour, aye?
Aye.
Carried, thank you. All right, now we move to the presentations and petitions. So I'd like to welcome Linda Grammer, GE FreeNorthland. Attend in person, she's first on the list here. Welcome, Linda.
Can I ask, you wish, if we can speak together, including both Zelda and myself, and that 5 minute spaces, if we can make it work together on that one, and same as speaking stuff.
I don't see a problem with that. There you go.
Thank you.
Speaking today on behalf of GE FreeNorthland and Food and Environment. This is my farming colleague, Martin Robinson of Tiriti, Northland Regional Councillor. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to Council today. So GE FreeNorthland works constructively with all local authorities, farmers and primary producers, local mana whenua, Northland Conservation Board, and other key stakeholders, working in a collaborative and fiscally responsible regional approach to keep unwanted new organisms, GMO and otherwise, out of Aotearoa and the Auckland region. We very much support the much needed additional tier of local protection set up by local councils against the risks of GMOs. Thank you. The risks of GMOs to our biosecurity, unique biodiversity, the wider environment, existing GM-free primary producers, conventional IPM and organic. And we very much would like to thank today Kaihu District Council for all of its hard work to date, since at least 2003, addressing the risks of outdoor GE experiments and field trials in the Rohi. Note that KDC was a formative member of the Inter-Council Working Party on GMOs. We urge KDC to continue with the process as it lacks the specific provisions in the district plan to give effect to the already outspoken wish that a precautionary and collaborative regional approach should be followed, with Kaihu at this stage the only district that has not yet included the important precautionary and prohibitive GMO provisions in the plan. The KDC exposure draft wisely indicated the intention to have GMO provisions in the district plan, and our members in the Kaihu, farmers, foresters, beekeepers, as well as home gardeners and seed savers, want to ensure that these are pulled through into the district plan review. And we would like to add that the Northland regional documents, the overarching regional policy statement and the regional plan, contain precautionary and prohibitive GE/GMO provisions, policies, and rules. The Northland RPS deals with the overarching policy, and through the operative regional plan, deals with those areas not covered by the district plans, i.e. the coastal marine area. And we note again that the district councils must give effect to the provisions of the regional policy statement, and district councils, their plans cannot be contrary to the regional plans. The fact of the matter is at any point, an overseas multinational, New Zealand Crown Research Institute, or private company can apply to the EPA in Wellington. And the Wellington bureaucrats will likely rubber stamp these applications with minimal conditions of approval. In our view, the land in Kaipara must be kept free of outdoor GE/GMO experiments, which invariably would result in contamination due to all the usual vectors for contamination: wind, seeds, pollen, vegetative material, soils, waterways, machinery, animals, insects, and so on. We have the additional issue that runoff from the land, if there were any GE experiments in the Kaipara, would invariably end up in the coastal marine area, which again, the regional council has got precautionary and prohibitive provisions. GE contamination would also adversely impact on your neighbouring councils, Whangarei District Council and Far North, who have achieved already the precautionary and prohibitive provisions in their district plans. And we are pleased that the results of the submissions lodged in response to the KDC exposure draft last year strongly supported these precautionary prohibitive provisions. GE for Kaipara and our community group recently asked KDC staff to provide us with their analysis of the submissions lodged. And I'm sure you have access to those documents. Support was offered by a wide range of submitters, respondents, and they offered environmental, economic, and cultural reasons for their support. And submissions came from industry body organizations, farmers, regional growers, private individuals, and local tangata whenua. So I'd like to hand over to Marty now to address some of the other issues and to give a brief overview of CRISPR.
Yeah, thank you very much for the chance to speak. I'm coming mostly as a primary producer, although I feel comfortable about being here as a regional council because of the regional plan with the CMA and the impact of an activity outside the CMA that it may have on the CMA. Whatever is growing on the hills will end up in the sea, in the CMA. Whatever's growing on the hills will end up in someone else's turf, whether it be WDC or Far North District Council. So it's those, we can't stop spread. There's a case in Victoria of 5 tonne of canola, GE canola seed, unseasonable, going down to a neighbouring property which was GE free, and all of their product is contaminated. There's example contaminated product going into Japan, which the whole container load is rejected because of GE contamination. If there were a chance for instance, now I'll give an example of bent grass, which is a really super golf course grass, which was grown in a state in the USA. That was in 2011. They're still trying to eradicate it, a field trial, still trying to eradicate it in states significantly distant from there. That's 8 years ago, can't get rid of it. So that's contamination. And
that's a herbicide resistant creeping bent grass, which is full of the irrigation ditches and canals and farmers' properties and seed growers. And you know that you have a huge problem with Manchurian rice grass and other weeds in the Kaipara. So
just emphasising that GE is not that silver bullet, and that even with the new technologies, which they say it's safe and effective, are not. There's a 2019 trial in the United States of breeding a hornless or genetically modifying or with CRISPR hornless cattle, which can be bred already. They tried this and there's unintended side effects of antibiotic resistance. So it is not the silver bullet, and will have an impact if brought in on the primary industry.
Shall I
And
just read
as
out
Delph
that
pointed out about contamination, Manchurian rice grass is so challenging to get rid of. This will be the same.
So it was a US company called Recombinetics, and they wanted to have a speedy shortcut to the breeding, of course, you can do to have polled cattle, hornless cattle. They claimed it was precision breeding, except it wasn't. The Food and Drug Administration scientists subsequently had a closer look, which they weren't required to do. And they looked at the genome sequence of these edited animals and discovered that its genome contained a stretch of bacterial DNA, including a gene conferring antibiotic resistance. So this is from the MIT Technology Review in 2020. Gene-edited cattle have a major screw-up in their DNA. So despite good intentions, they really just don't understand what they're doing. There are unintended and unforeseen adverse impacts.
Just as a result of that, there's a company, a Scottish company down the Waikato, PPL Therapeutics, who had genetically modified sheep, 5,000 of them. They went bankrupt. They walked away. The taxpayer was left picking up the mess, getting rid of all of these animals. So that's the potential that if there were to be trials in the Kaipara and there was an escape, there have been continuous escapes from out of labs and out of trial sites, then it's the ratepayer that picks up the pieces, not the company that brings it in.
I'll just read out from Physicians and Scientists for Responsible Genetics Charitable Trust. They and other independent scientists of the highest caliber who have been expert witnesses for your councils, Whangarei District Council and Far North. I'll just read out a statement from them about CRISPR. It says, genome editing can be imprecise and cause unexpected and unpredictable effects. We've been mounting evidence over the last 4 years of this imprecision unpredictability, and genome editing techniques can create unintended changes to genes that were not the target of the editing system. These are called off-target effects. So thank you for your time, and we would welcome questions.
Okay, we've got questions for clarification or questions in general. Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick one. I'm not so much conversant with but this is a GMO has been going on for decades, isn't it? Against GMO. 2016 New Zealand, and it's unlawful to have GMO products being sold in New Zealand, isn't it? So why the push now to do the same thing, which is like in 2016, it was banned in Northland, I think, and then Auckland banned it.
Well, I can answer.
This push.
Since 2003, and Kaipara District Council was the first council when Graham Ramsey was the mayor, they decided in response to the concerns of ratepayers and residents, and particularly farmers, about the risks of GMOs to create this Northland-Auckland Intercouncil Working Party. And as a result of their investigations and scrutiny of the national legislation, the Hazardous Substances and New Organisms Act, they found significant deficiencies, inadequate liability provisions, no requirement for the EPA to take a precautionary approach to these outdoor applications. And so basically what's happening now is that the biotech industry, there's a renewed push for outdoor GMO experiments and hanging their hat on what they claim is a safe and precise new technology, but which certainly is not. It's just been a series of different kinds of technologies for the last 20 years. So we had genetic engineering, genetic modification, transgenic, cisgenic, zinc finger nuclease, gene editing, and now even the people who 2 years ago were claiming that gene editing is safe and precise, which it certainly is not, are now distancing themselves from that technique. And now they're talking about prime editing. The bottom line for us, though, is that we and the farmers and the primary producers who have valuable enterprises need protection from these kinds of controversial, risky experiments. And We're very proud that our councils, including all the other district councils and regional councils, have put in place additional protections. So they require anyone who gets the rubber stamp from the EPA down in Wellington to prove financial fitness, to post a substantive bond, and to be personally and financially liable for unintended and unforeseen adverse impacts.
Just in further answer to your question, though, it's not a push from us now. It's just the fact that Far North District Council have got it in their plans, WDC have got it in their plans, Regional Council, it's in their plan, Auckland Council, it's in their plan. It's just that final bit of the jigsaw puzzle, which is KDC, which has been going through that process and has finally arrived at that. So we're just wanting to lock that into place so that all the councils are in line with each other.
Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like Councillor Nay, I'm not overtly familiar with all of this, but I take that Councillor, the Kaihu District have supported a precautionary approach in the past towards GE. I'm interested to know what sort of precautionary trials have been done or are underway in our area.
How do you mean precautionary trials?
Well, we take a precautionary approach, which I'm interpreting to mean that under certain controlled environments that some elements of trial will take place of GE.
Well, the situation is at the moment is that, for example, Whangarei District Council and Far North District Council in their operative district plan, and that dovetails with the requirements of the RPS and the regional plan, they have, in addition to any conditions of approval that the central government regulator in Wellington, when they rubber stamp something or approve it, there's additional protections for our region because of these deficiencies in the Hazardous Substances and New Organisms Act. So it's required that they prove financial fitness, that they post a substantial bond, and that they're personally and financially responsible, which is only fair, like the polluter should pay. And it is a deterrent, if you like, to cowboys. So no one is saying that ethical and humane, for example, medical research in the strictest containment of the lab, or even though we have concerns about any outdoor experiments and field trials because of numerous breaches and stuff-ups in the past, and Marty could provide a list of those, that they actually could come to Northland to undertake a field trial, but we need to have those additional protections in place.
So there are no controlled programs underway in Northland at the moment?
No, they're not.
Auckland, Northland, no.
But if I can give you examples, there have been numerous trials down south, down in Canterbury with brassicas in a field trial that weren't allowed to flower. They were supposed not to flower within their trial
Conditions.
They flowered. There's a lab experiments with cress. Cress escaped out of the lab and was found growing outside the lab. There have been trials with the Pinus radiata in Waikato, which were not allowed to flower. They flowered. So that's Rotorua. And they flowered. So it's just this number of failures to even comply with the conditions that is a concern. So that same here, if there's an escape, then it will go to the CMA or it may go to a neighbouring district.
Okay, I note that, much of your approach is highlighting issues that have happened, the negative, if you like, side.
That continue to happen as well.
That may be so. But I suspect that on a balance, I guess I'm asking the question, if we have a balanced presentation, that there will be the benefits out of, I'm not an advocate for it at all, but I'm just doubting to get to the nub of it.
Yeah.
There will be benefits out of a process that have been achieved. They're not all negative in trials, I would imagine.
The claim, obviously, of the applicants to the EPA, they wouldn't be wanting to undertake these experiments without a desire to, have some benefit. For example, with the GE brassica trial, down outside Lincoln, down near Christchurch, you know, they were obviously trying to develop a high yield brassica. They were experimenting, doing research, but they're incompetent. They did not comply with the basic conditions of approval. And even worse, MPI now, was not adequately monitoring, because the EPA approves the applications and the applicant is meant to comply with those conditions of approval. And then MPI is supposed to do the monitoring. Well, they didn't. It took local farmers and ratepayers finding the trial site, and they're often secret locations, taking photographic evidence, taking it to MPI and the government, and the whole thing being shut down in disgrace. So obviously, they're talking about having benefit, like with Pinus radiata. There's a huge problem with wilding pines, right? Seeding.
Can I just,
Sure, absolutely.
I'm fully in favour of scientific endeavour, but I don't think we need to do it in Northland. There's plenty of receptive area. The United States, there's lots of trials going in the States. Why pollute our country when you can do that scientific endeavour? And so I fully agree with it. But I'm saying keep it out of our patch.
And can I just note that I am expat American. I've been living in farming in New Zealand for the last 35 years, but I am still in touch with my farming and forestry colleagues in the US. And believe you me, despite all the claims of benefit, the incredible adverse impacts, contamination of soils, waterways, loss of access to key markets, premiums, you know, valuable brands. And honestly, it's not what consumers want. We are in the business of producing the most safe and clean, highly nourishing, non-GM food to the most discerning markets. And hence the resistance of the pro-GE biotech lobby for labeling. They don't want regulation and they don't want labeling. So when the consumer goes to the supermarket to buy their muesli or whatever, it's the kiss of death having the GE label. So, but our organization is primarily concerned with the environment and making sure that our food and field and forests and our valuable Northland Naturally brand is protected.
Thank you. We'll have another question, Councillor Pere.
Thank you. Talk to me about the strength and influence of this inter-council working party and the general consensus around the table of being for or against this. How much what's the balance of the precautionary stance that you're taking? Are you completely against it, or are you open to it being introduced with parameters around it? And what regional policy statements are you looking at targeting? Because I can't see how it would fit into any of them unless it's the national policy statement on freshwater management and the effect that it has on the receiving environment. Can you talk a little bit more around that? Thank you.
Let's take the bit about the Northland Auckland Inter-Council Working Party. We very much support the hard work and the findings of the Northland Auckland Inter-Council Working Party. They've commissioned a number of independent reports and legal opinions. The very first page in your bundle of documents is an overview from the Whangarei District Council webpage about the ICWP on GMOs and listing the various significant, I think it's environmental, economic, cultural, and so on. So in our view, the ICWP on GMOs and Kaihu District Council have taken a very balanced middle of the road view. They've responded to, I would say, gross deficiencies in the Hazardous Substances and New Organisms Act. They've taken action to protect their ratepayers and residents, and they have not blanket prohibited everything, allowed a sort of middle way, balanced way. Now, other councils have looked at the findings of the working party, like down in Hawke's Bay, Hastings District Council. They've taken the heavy lifting that this council has done, and they have prohibited everything. So, and our job as an organization would always be to support the council and to support local iwi authorities and hapu in scrutinizing any application and making sure that any controls are observed and that, you know, MPI actually does its job for a change, which would be nice. do you want to say something?
Yeah, just the extracts from the operative regional policy statement for Northland on 6.1.2 is the policy and 6.1.5 is the method, which is both about adopt a precautionary approach to the effects of climate change and introducing GMOs to the environment where they are scientifically uncertain, unknown or little understood, but potentially significantly adverse. So that's what we say. Significant adverse impacts of the unforeseen consequences, and 6.1.5 is the method. Does that help answer the question? Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Lambeth, then followed by Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Two little small ones. The first one will clear it up. It's a bit of a rumour, really. Inline breeding, selective breeding is not covered under GMO. It must be done in the lab. Is that correct?
No, and normal breeding is absolutely fine. Yep. I mean, I don't know if you want to buy too much inline breeding or too much breeding, but yeah, it's, normal practices.
Yep.
Absolutely fine. It's just that in vitro or GMOs is different. There's a lot of wordsmithery goes on.
Yes.
But it's artificial or unnatural scientific methods of getting inside the genetic structure.
The scourge we've got from our little furry Australian immigrants in here, the possum.
Yeah.
I believe that can only be solved with some genetic engineering to how's this policy gonna?
That you're referring to what they call gene drive. It's a controversial sterility technique. And in addition to all the other risks of that, which the other councils have familiarized themselves with and certainly are most highly qualified independent scientists, national organizations like Forest and Bird totally oppose this because of the risks. But in addition, possums, of course, are indigenous just over the ditch. So even if you were able to, with a magic silver bullet, kill every single possum, which, I've been a New Zealand land care coordinator for 25 years, to get rid of every possum, every mustelid would be brilliant. But again, the risks, the unknown effects, and the unethical nature of basically driving to extinction a particular species that indigenous just across the ditch. It's a huge ethical issue on top of all the other concerns.
And just to further answer that, the alternatives are already here. And you've got your Huriwai Peninsula free of possums here with buffers moving inwards, or you've got the Raka, or you've got whangarei heads. It can be done without having to go to something that's going to suddenly make our problem disappear.
Yeah, ethical.
Predator-free or pest-free 2050 is a highly ambitious goal or dream.
Yep.
And the only way, people think we have to achieve it by 2050, we're not going to. There's a reality. As many methods that can be used to try and fight it back, at least make it so it's manageable, so that the environment's not going to be totally trashed by possums or rats or pigs or deer.
An ethical and humane feral control that provides ethical employment. It's excellent. And I'll just read a quote. The former Minister of Conservation says, gene editing and gene drive is an unproven and risky technology for predator control. Gene technologies are problematic and untested and have significant risks. They have no social license to operate. There is a lot at stake and there is a need for the utmost caution. Adverse impacts can be irreversible. There would be serious questions about the risks to New Zealand's GE-free reputation from being associated with any outdoor experiments or field trials of gene technology. So we very much, we've got another quick quote here about while we strongly support robust protection of native flora and fauna, experimentation with such risky and controversial genetic technologies, in our view, would be counterproductive and potentially create far more serious problems.
Thank you. One last question from Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda and Marty, for your presentation. Really appreciate you coming in today. I really just want to wrap up what I think the message is that you're trying to deliver to us. Am I correct that what you're actually asking is for Kaipara District Council to put the local production income well-being of our producers, our primary industry and our environment before the scientific research that could possibly be done in our area. And despite that there are no existing trials or possibly applications to do trials, you're asking the Kaihu District Council to join our neighbouring councils, our regional council, to create and finally finish this work that's been going on for 20 years, to complete that piece of the puzzle so that we can actually stand up and say that Northland and Auckland have come together to stand up for the people of their district.
That's a good question.
Absolutely, absolutely. And very much to continue the process. You've had the non-statutory consultation last year, and obviously that needs to be taken forward into the statutory process. And we would just so welcome and support Kaihu just having the same valuable and necessary protections that the other councils enjoy, as well as the Auckland region. So
Yeah, just one last comment to that. We got a little bit homesick 150 years ago and brought in rabbits so we could have rabbit stew. Then we followed that with probably a cat to get rid of that. Then we followed that with a stoat, a weasel or a ferret to get.
Do I have permission to film?
Yeah, you can film.
Come on, thank you. Good morning, councillors. Lovely to see everybody again. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. Last month, Mr. Mayor, you told this council that Julian Batchelor, who was spreading lies about Te Tiriti or Waitangi, requested to speak via an email which you...
Excuse me, you're talking about Tiriti o Waitangi today. You're not making another personal statement about the mayor or Julian Batchelor. So get on with your presentation, please.
Julian Batchelor is going around the country giving a presentation about Te Tiriti or Waitangi. When you invited him to the last council meeting, you invited a Te Tiriti or Waitangi conspiracy theorist to speak in front of all of us. So I'm going to be addressing that. Okay? So you said that you received an email that morning from Julian where he requested to speak. However, I'm going to call this...
We're not talking about Tiriti o Waitangi here. You are investing yourself in another argument.
This is about Te Tiriti o Waitangi.
The argument has no relevance to Tiriti o Waitangi.
Let him speak.
Julian Batchelor has a 3-hour presentation that he's doing around the country that is centred around Te Tiriti o Waitangi.
We'll talk about Te Tiriti o Waitangi.
I shall. Okay, so I'm going to call this out for the lie that it was. Via official information requests that we received, we know the contents of the email that you said Julian requested to speak. In Julian's words, in that email, he said, "Hi, it's Julian Batchelor here. Craig Jepson has asked me to talk to you. Please send me a video link. Please send me a link to the video call as Craig wants me to appear." Copy? Clearly, Mr. Mayor, Julian didn't request to speak in that email. He was informing our council that he would be speaking.
You're twisting words, Mr. Huriwai-Seger. What I told Mr. Batchelor was if you want to speak, you're welcome. Apply to the correct people to speak just like you do and tell them I've given you permission to ask.
There was no request. He informed the council that he would be speaking.
Playing with words.
No.
You are here to talk about Tiriti o Waitangi, so get on with it. Your time is running out.
I shall. After this, in an interview with the Northern Advocate, Mr. Mayor, you changed your story and confessed that there was actually a phone call between yourself and Julian where you informed him that I'd be speaking.
Okay, look, I'm going to ask you to stop. You're not addressing what you came here to talk about. You're addressing your little grievance. No, I'm asking you to stop or get on with what you came here to talk about.
All right, okay. I can talk about Te Tiriti o Waitangi.
Please do.
Well, before I do, I would like to give you the opportunity.
No, I'm not
Apologise.
going to discuss it with
Lying.
Get on with what you were going to talk about. I did not lie. You're twisting the words according to what you wish. Now get on with what you came here to.
Julian Batchelor requested, that was a lie.
I did not lie.
And you also gave the impression that that exchange started with an email that you received that morning. You changed your story.
I'm not going to discuss this in this public forum.
Come on.
I'm here to talk about Tiriti o Waitangi. Get on with it.
Come on, you don't want to apologise. Okay. So in Julian Batchelor's presentation about Te Tiriti o Waitangi, he dedicates about 7 to 10 minutes in his presentation to me, where he slanders me, spreads lies about a resource that I created about Te Tiriti o Waitangi, where he calls me a liar, compares me to the militant group ISIS, who are known for genocide, kidnapping, slavery, and says that the personal work that I'm doing to educate people about Te Tiriti o Waitangi is, quote, radicalizing young Māori who are becoming violent, unquote. And he says all of this without any evidence, of course. You don't want me to talk about that, Kapai? Now, the real reason that I came to talk today was actually Councillor Ashnea. You thanked Julian. You said he provided some clarification for you. And that really concerned me because it made me feel like people were actually taking this guy seriously. Where in fact he is infamous for the lies and misinformation that he is spreading around Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And so I just would like to say to this council, if you're looking for proper education around Te Tiriti o Waitangi, I can recommend the group Network Waitangi Whangare. And my understanding is that currently they're putting on some workshops for the staff, for council staff. And I just recommend that those workshops are opened up to the complete council. And I recommend that you, Mr. Mayor, attend as many of those as possible. And I suggest that you sit up the front as well. There's not enough time to go through all of Julian's misinformation about Te Tiriti, so I'd simply like to point to Julian's lack of integrity, and then everyone can make up their own judgment. And I'll also point out that neither myself or Julian are experts when it comes to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, but I'd just like to say that the resource I created was based on the historian Paul Moon. It's his position that my resource is based on. Now, in a book that Julian wrote last year, he's included comments from this same historian that I based my resource on. And Julian calls him, quote, New Zealand's most widely acclaimed historian, particularly on the subject of history of Māori and the Treaty of Waitangi. So Julian is happy to use Paul Moon's qualifications as an expert, particularly highlighting his expertise around Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And yet Paul Moon has come out specifically against the argument that Julian pushes in his presentation about Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Okay? And so what we see is that Julian Batchelor is happy to use the credentials of these people, but he doesn't actually believe or take any interest in the actual positions of these qualified historians. Okay? And to make this point further, in 2014, the Waitangi Tribunal concluded through the Te Paparahi o Te Raki Stage 1 report that Ngāpuhi never ceded sovereignty through the signing of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Along with that, the tribunal made another announcement concluding that the Crown went into those treaty negotiations with Māori with the intention to acquire sovereignty over them. This is something Julian Batchelor and the Waitangi Tribunal would actually agree on, funnily enough. However, that particular point is hotly contested by the very historian that I'm talking about, Paul Moon. In fact, Paul is famous for this position, a position that completely runs in opposition to Julian. Paul calls the tribunal manifestly incorrect for this specific point. And so amongst people celebrating the main finding that Ngāpuhi never ceded sovereignty, we see people like Don Brash, who I hope doesn't show up on the screen after me, and groups like News Talk ZB using Paul Moon's quote, calling the tribunal manifestly incorrect, to dismiss the entire report, rather than the specifics that Paul was referring to. And this is exactly what Julian does in his presentation. He again calls Paul Moon a treaty expert and then proceeds to use his words out of context to make a point that is in fact the complete opposite of this very historian's position. So I simply ask this council again, please, do not use your positions of privilege to elevate these level manipulators to push racism, hate speech, and lies. If you are needing any clarifications around Te Tiriti o Waitangi, please look to qualified professionals. Don't take it from me, don't take it from him. Look to groups like Network Waitangi Whangare, or look to our local hapu ngā kaitiaki o tēnei rohe. That's all I have to say. Aku te mihi mai o hā kia koutou katoa.
Any questions of clarification or other questions, please? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. So is it my understanding that you believe that elected members should undertake Te Tiriti o Waitangi education as part of their role in governing
Yes.
in a country, Aotearoa?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we're going to have conspiracy theorists invited on to present to people, absolutely. I mean, if people are going to be listening to this guy and looking to him as some sort of authority, because that's what he tries to come across as, somewhat of an authority. So yeah, absolutely. I would recommend and essentially beg that our elected officials have some understanding around Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the obligations of local government to honour what is written in that sacred document.
Well done.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad that Councillor Wilson-Collins thanked you, which I did to anyone who come and present. I think it's quite normal to thank the speaker, whether he's invited or uninvited. So that was the reason I thanked him. Thank you.
Councillor Paniora.
Yeah, I just wanted to say again, as I said in my speech this morning, acknowledge both you and Samar and Aotearoa Liberation League for the continued and dedicated work and efforts that you do to educate and enlighten our elected members on the importance and the significance of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, of Māori rights, interests, customs, and hopefully we'll have karakia reinstated in this triennium, and that's the goal. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Sorry, just to follow up on my previous question, is it a concern to you then with 7 new elected members on Kaihu District Council this term? We had one Te Tiriti training provided by LGNZ early in the term. Very few of our elected members attended that training. And as far as I know, there's been nothing else offered. Is that a concern to you as far as education goes?
Yeah, that's absolutely a concern. It's one of our country's foundational documents, and literally none of us would be here if it wasn't for Te Tiriti o Waitangi. None of us would be here. I wouldn't be here, you wouldn't be here, none of us would be here if it wasn't for Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And so if we have ignorance about this foundational document, it's going to have flow-on effects, obviously. I mean, the reason why Jepson has made this unilateral decision around banning karakia, for me, that's ignorance around obligations to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. So hopefully with more education, we'll see less unilateral decision-making such as that.
Councillor Paniora.
Do you think that councillors should swear on Te Tiriti o Waitangi in parallel to the Local Government Act when they're sworn in?
Yes, please. Definitely. I mean, absolutely. The fact that we have to swear allegiance or sovereignty to this queen who none of us are, attached to at all. Oh, the king, I see. That's how irrelevant it is to me. The fact that we can't swear allegiance instead to this whenua and one of our founding documents and the tupuna who signed those documents, I think is, there's something wrong there. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Come on. Thank you, everyone. See you next month.
My next speaker that's requested to speak is Clive Boonin, who attends in person. And his topic is the sovereignty conundrum, which considers how the sovereignty of the Crown and the treaty interact with New Zealand law.
Mr. Mayor, could I raise a point of order just by highlighting the provisions in our standing orders set out in clause 15.2, the reasons where the chairperson has discretion to decline to hear a speaker or terminate a presentation where there's about half a dozen things there, including where the speaker is criticising elected members and or staff. And also clause 15.3 restricts the elected members to ask questions of speakers questions be confined to obtaining information or clarification on matters raised by a speaker. I just
Please.
wanted to,
Thank you for pointing that out to me, councillor Vincent. I'm aware of that and you'll be applying it in future. Thank you. Away you go.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor and councillors. I'd like to apologise for my interjection then, but I'm a great believer in the rule of law and the code of conduct, standing orders for councillors, and I hate to see it breached. And as for the treaty, this is not part of my speech, so don't start timing me yet. As for the treaty, we wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my mum meeting my dad, but anyway, that's perhaps irrelevant. Right, today my talk is about the sovereignty conundrum. New Zealand is a constitutional monarchy. Under the Constitution Act 1986, the head of state is King Charles III, who is termed the sovereign and right of New Zealand.
Can you please stop interjecting?
What's the problem?
Give him the respect he. Thank you.
The earlier speaker didn't get the respect.
Well, you got his time.
As chair of the meeting, please insist.
Excuse me, what's the problem here?
No, just carry on, please, Mr Burnham.
King Charles III, who is termed the sovereign and right of New Zealand. Absolute sovereignty in New Zealand is vested in the Crown in Parliament. So, how did the British Crown and subsequently the New Zealand Crown acquire sovereignty over New Zealand? And how can demands for co-governance between the Crown and Maori be reconciled with the fact that the Crown is absolute sovereign over New Zealand? Let me explain. In 2014, the Waitangi Tribunal released stage 1 of its report on the Tiraki claim by Northland Hapu. The tribunal concluded, under Article 1, the Crown was to be given Kawanatanga governorship to govern the settlers. Under Article 2, the Rangatira were to be given Tino Rangatiratanga to govern Maori. The Rangatira and the Crown were to be equals with different spheres of influence. When the two separate groups intermingled, the situation was to be worked out on a case-by-case basis. Now that quotes directly from the tribunal. This was probably the origin of the claim for co-governance or the sharing of governance. However, there was a fundamental difference. The tribunal concluded that there would be two completely separate governments. It was a type of apartheid. It was not shared governance or co-governance. The tribunal also concluded that the sovereignty was not ceded to the Crown in the treaty. This became another popular catchcry. However, that ignored a further conclusion of the tribunal, namely that sovereignty was actually ceded at some time. But at that stage in 2014, the tribunal was not prepared to say when and how that sovereignty was ceded. So, when and how was sovereignty ceded to the Crown? Stage 2 of the Tiraki report was released in December 2022, just last year. The tribunal answered that question, and I quote, "The Crown," this is a quote, "the Crown declared sovereignty over the North Island and then all the islands of New Zealand in two proclamations issued by the Queen's representative, Captain Hobson, in May 1840. The London Gazette published the proclamations that October. These steps are accepted in international law as marking the establishment of British sovereignty in this country. As a result, the rest of the world no longer recognise the independent authority of the Rangatira and iwi of Aotearoa, New Zealand." The tribunal referred to the judgments of Summers J. in the Lands case in 1987, who stated that once Hobson's proclamations were published in the London Gazette, and again I quote, "The sovereignty of the Crown was then beyond dispute, and the subsequent legislative history of New Zealand clearly evidences that sovereignty in New Zealand resides in Parliament." The tribunal restated its conclusion in its guide to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. Under a heading, "Events which establish the British Crown's sovereignty over New Zealand," it referred to the High Court judgment of Justice Eddie Dury, who also served as chairman of the Waitangi Tribunal. And again, I quote, The Treaty of Waitangi was no doubt an extremely important document in underpinning the decision of the Crown to annex New Zealand and giving it some moral validity to do so. However, the Treaty of Waitangi, while underpinning the government's decision to annex New Zealand, is not in fact the basis in law on which the government has legal authority. Its authority arises from the proclamation of sovereignty. The tribunal ended with this comment. Even given the dispute over the language used in the treaty and the uncertainty surrounding the evidence by which British authority was established, it is generally thought that by building on the sovereignty proclaimed in May 1840, Parliament as a result of the Crown's assertion of sovereignty, New Zealand became part of the British colony of New South Wales. But there was more. In the Stage 2 Tiriti report of 2022, the tribunal also considered the legal authorities regarding the subsequent events surrounding the letters patent and the Charter of Queen Victoria and the proclamation of Lieutenant Governor Hobson concluded that in law, New Zealand was erected as a separate colony of the British Crown on the 3rd of May 1841. In addition, it is not widely known that it has been accepted by our Court of Appeal and the Privy Council and even by the Waitangi Tribunal that the obligations and rights under the treaty itself are not binding in New Zealand law because they have not been incorporated into New Zealand legislation. That means that the various versions of the treaty and the many translations have no weight in New Zealand law. As a conclusion, the proclamations of the 21st of May 1840 and the gazetting of those proclamations on the 2nd of October 1840 legally vested the full sovereignty of New Zealand and the British Crown. That situation is accepted by our Court of Appeal and by the Waitangi Tribunal. The Tribunal also concluded the Crown's assertion of sovereignty superseded any governance arrangement under the treaty. It is a blunt fact of law that the Crown acquired full sovereignty in 1840, established a government over the whole country, and all the subsequent rights of New Zealanders arise from the exercise of that sovereignty and not from the treaty. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, have we got any questions, clarifications? Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Boonin. How is it that you have come to know about all of this? It's certainly not something I'm hearing anywhere in New Zealand, despite large debate and conversations around the treaty.
Well, last year I was exactly the same. I heard everything about the treaty, the various versions of the treaty, the Littlewood Treaty and all the various things as well. And then the local government New Zealand issued a guide to standing orders. It was a new guide. And unlike the old guide, it had suggestions about Maori rights, etc., that I didn't know about. But then Don Brash, dear old Don Brash, he sent me a copy of the legal opinion from Frank Ogilvie, which quite surprised me because I'd never sort of read any legal stuff about this at all. And they stated quite that the treaty was not binding in New Zealand law because it was an international treaty. And if you have an international treaty, the rights and obligations in that treaty have to be incorporated into statute law for them to be legally binding. That has never happened in New Zealand. Therefore, the actual articles of the treaty themselves have no binding force in New Zealand law. So as a result of that, I started looking at it. I looked at various authorities, Court of Appeal decisions, which stated that fact. But it wasn't until actually the end of last year when the Stage 2 of the Tiriti report was released, and I read the report. I didn't read all of the 1,857 pages of it, but buried deep in that report were the acknowledgements that I've just read now. And so I thought, well, wow. And this was the Waitangi Tribunal of all people stating these truths, not just my opinion, the Court of Appeal's decisions, the Privy Council decisions, and Waitangi Tribunal. So, so I thought I'd better do something about it. So here I am.
Any further questions? Councillor Paniora, followed by Councillor Naya.
I'll give you the same question that councillor Wilson Collins gave Pere, and that is, do you think that elected members should be receiving their education on Te Tiriti or Waitangi from experts, having their education in a public forum
I agree on,
situation?
but I'm very happy to do that and present them the facts and the law on it.
Oh, no, I mean, sorry, not members of the public.
No, I don't pretend to be an expert.
Just.
I do present the opinions of the Waitangi Tribunal and the courts, and I can share.
Sorry, that was the opinion of a lawyer hired by Don Brash, not the opinion of the court that you presented. Excuse me, button it.
Just a second, just let
Told me when I interrupted.
opportunity to answer the question, please.
But a lawyer, when he gives his opinion, he presents the facts of why he's done it. He quotes the courts and whatever. So I didn't rely on Mr. Franks. I know Mr. Franks quite well. But I went to the source. You know, as a lawyer, you go to the decision.
Have a judge.
You actually get the things. You open it up and you look at the decision and what the judge has said in it.
Because one lawyer will say one thing, another lawyer will say another.
Not based on what a lawyer says. This is based on what the Court of Appeal said.
Thank you. Can I?
I understand. I actually quite agree with a lot of what you've said. That is the predicament that we find ourselves in today and have found ourselves in for the last 200 years, based on injustices that continue to happen. And hopefully, we'll arrange our constitutional.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Are we in questions? Statements during the public forum.
Statements, please. Let's move on with the next question, please. Councillor No.
My question is very simple. First of all, I don't find Mr. Boonin in the agenda. Was it decided later?
Yeah, would have been after Pere.
Can you please explain?
Okay. The second thing.
Hang on just a second. CE Maris would like to respond.
I think it's fair that I answer your question, Councillor Nair. Yeah. So public input have the ability to request to speak up to 1 working day before the meeting. The agenda has to go out 5 days. So therefore, not all public input requests will be shown on the agenda.
Would it be, Mr. Morris, would it be courteous enough to send an email to all the elected members? Because it's wastage of time. First karakia in every meeting and then rebuttal in then.
Look, we've got question and answer here.
Can I?
No, you can't, please.
Oh, I need to understand what.
Please, no.
Can I ask him one more?
He's answering a question and responding to it.
I have answered the question.
Can I ask him a question? Can I ask him a question?
No, you cannot.
Let him finish the answer.
I have answered.
He has answered the.
Anyway, how come we're not able to know who the presenters are each day, each council meeting, yet these people and Julian Batchelor know who?
This is not part of our discussion here. If you want to bring it up in a question to the CE after the meeting, not here. Now, no, I'm not going to have it. I'm not going to have this. I'm not going to have this to and fro now. If you want to continue, that's okay. I'll ask you to leave the meeting. Do not keep interrupting. I've had enough of it.
Send an email, Pere.
I have
an email. Right. Now we'll move on. Any other questions?
I have a question.
A question, not of CE Maris, a question of the speaker.
Okay, were you aware of Pere's topic today because the councillors weren't aware of it? Because it seems to be in rebuttal to his topic today. I mean,
I'm going to answer that. I'm going to answer that myself because. Be quiet, please. I'm the chair of this meeting. Be quiet. Answer the question. The answer to that is that everybody had access, including Mr. Boonin, to the publicly issued agenda, including you. If you didn't read the agenda and see Mr. Huriwai-Seger's name on there, I'm sorry. It's your problem. Now carry on. Any further questions of the speaker? Councillor Rachel.
Speaker, I just wanted to interject that the last agenda didn't actually have Huriwai-Seger on the agenda either.
Rest my case. Okay.
Say
I never knew Pere was presenting at the last meeting.
So you interject here. Do not interject, Councillor Paniora. I've had enough of it. If you interject again, I'll be asking you to leave and I'll adjourn the meeting.
Well, I'll be taking a.
I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to ask a question of Councillor Boonin. How would you like to see this country develop in the next 10 years?
Well, that's an example of it, not like that.
Thank you very much. Okay. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, thank you, Mr. Boonin. Could you just clarify the point that you're making here? You've said that there was a proclamation, two or more proclamations of which asserted sovereignty over New Zealand on from the signing of the Treaty of Waitangi. Where does that leave the Treaty of Waitangi?
Well, the comments that were... I'm going to give a circular out to everybody. It's your goodie bag for being so kind to me. And at the bottom, it's got a reference to a website that I've established. It's called the Treaty Facts. And if you go to the Treaty Facts, you'll see the sovereignty conundrum. There's a post in there, and it's much fuller than this. It goes into great detail, and it gives far more quotes. And it means that the sovereignty of the Crown was a full sovereignty, and it meant that any version of the Treaty of Waitangi is no longer relevant at all, because the treaty basically came to an end. It was a blueprint for the future of two races coming together and how the country was to be established. And it had just the rough outlines, three articles. But 2 months afterwards, once the assertion of sovereignty went ahead, the blueprint was really spent. It was fulfilled. And all of the rights that we have as New Zealanders now are based on that government that was set up pursuant to the assertion of sovereignty. Where the treaty stands, it was a treaty of honour, perhaps, and we have to look at that. But we can't see any rights that were descended from the treaty. And the concept of co-governance or partnership or whatever just simply cannot coexist with the sovereignty of the Crown. And we have to put all those to one side. King Charles III, people like it or not, is our sovereign, and Parliament rules. And as for the treaty, we have to look at it that the whole intention of the treaty was two peoples coming together, and we have to look at that and work out how we're going to proceed now as a multicultural society in New Zealand.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this whole website that you are referring to, what's the basis of that? Is that your resource?
Well, I set it up, yes. When I discovered all these facts, I looked at all the people like Pere, who was here before, quoting all of these various statements about the treaty, etc. And I realised how wrong it all was. And that as a lawyer, I could actually look at it more objectively, and I could actually bring to light the decisions of the court, the decisions of the Waitangi Tribunal, so that people could actually go to a resource on the internet and see the truth about the treaty, the facts about the treaty, and the law about the treaty. And it's not my opinions, it's just the opinions that the facts that I've taken from cases and everything like that. And there's an open invitation on my website for anyone who wants to challenge anything that I've put on there to come back, challenge it, give facts, and if they are right and I'm proved to be wrong, I'm very happy to change it. So, and I recommend everybody, councillors and everyone in New Zealand should read it to find out what the true facts are. Because unfortunately, this whole mythology has developed, and there's so many slogans out there, nobody knows what the truth is. And this document, which amazingly is on the internet from 1840, and that is our founding document in New Zealand. Although we have to give credit to the treaty, because the treaty was the blueprint.
Thank you. Councillor Manderson.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, can I ask, are you aware today that every time that we have an intellectual argument or something that had relevance to the facts of the situation, there's a group of people here? And there's a group of people out there. And every time we have a situation that was perhaps dependent on an emotional response or a collective minority group action, they're back in here. So with respect, I think that you were preaching to the converted. This is not about facts. This is about a minority group that's trying to.
Are you framing a question out of this?
Yeah, is this about a fact of a minority group trying to obtain power ahead of their numbers?
But you mean me or
Yeah, I'm required to ask a question.
But you, I mean, you're talking about me as a minority group trying to.
No, the minority group is absent now.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I feel like back several hundred years ago, when I went to a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. For centuries, the Flat Earth, everyone believed the Earth was flat. And it was heresy to suggest that it was spherical. Well, I'm suggesting that the Treaty of Waitangi is spherical and not flat Earth.
Yes.
I appreciate that after almost 2 centuries of the mythology of the treaty, for the facts to be presented, it's very hard for people to accept. I've accepted it because it's there in law. Read it for yourself, and I give references in my document here. So you can go onto the treaty facts and find out for yourself. And I hope that everybody reads it in New Zealand, because then we can put the treaty into context for what it really is.
Thank you. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Clive, for your, substantial amount of energy and effort and time to go through all of this. I think that I'll start with a little reflection that as far back as I can recall, any knowledge of the treaty was about, 2 parties coming together, working cooperatively.
Yeah.
And I think that that was really confirmed in 1952 to Aotearoa's views on the treaty. And it seems to me that in 2014.
Statements.
I'm getting to a question. Thank you. 2014, it changed somewhat with the Waitangi Tribunal. So, Clive, where does this go now? These findings, in terms of you talk about how you'd like anybody to be able to read this. Where does it go to be able to facilitate that?
If I only knew. I mean, I've put it up there. I haven't publicised it very much at all, and I thought I'd come along to a meeting here, my first meeting, to explain it. But I mean, I can't explain in full details. You have to go to the actual website, and you'll find other articles on the website about points of law relating to the treaty as well. I mean, I just hope that the people who run New Zealand look at it. But the problem we face is that what I'm saying is actually like heresy, because everyone has their position on the treaty, as we've seen. It's inflexible, and people don't change. And for them suddenly, after believing in the treaty meant this, whatever, they're not going to suddenly say, oh gosh, Clive Boonin said this, and oh look, whatever said this. They won't change. It's like a religion or whatever. So I don't know. I just hope that if we do have a new government, and we have to do a reset to put the treaty in the right perspective, that they can do it because they have a legal basis for reorganising New Zealand for the future. The treaty was the blueprint. The Crown developed sovereignty, and we all have our rights based on that sovereignty in 1840. And then we can then go together as a multicultural society with equal rights, with no rights based on race or anything like that. And we can all go together, and we can celebrate the communities that formed our country and all their rights and their customs and everything like that. That's how I see it. That's my dream of New Zealand going ahead like that, yes.
I'll take one more question from Councillor Larson, then we'll have a break. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Obviously, there's more information here than you can articulate in the. If there was a will or desire from elected members to understand this better, would you be prepared to run a bit of a workshop or
You're
something?
kidding.
Run us through it all, or-
Absolutely.
He's not an expert.
Councillor Aotearoa, please, he's asking a question, do not interfere, yet again. Okay,
So,
would you like to complete the answer to the question, Mr.
Yeah, of course I am. Yes, absolutely. I think everyone should know about it. Even Councillor Paniora, she might learn something.
oh,
And if you want to rebut anything that I've said, I will welcome it. And if you prove to be right, that's right, I'll change my.
look, we need experts.
Okay, I think that'll be great, thank you. We'll wrap this up.
Has everybody got a copy of circulated? Okay, good, thanks.
It's adjourned for 5 minutes, have a cup up before we. Okay, thank you for the cup of tea. Now we'll have a reconvene the meeting. First item is to confirm the open minutes from the council meeting 26th of July 2023. I will move that. Can I have a seconder? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried.
Mr. Chair, your phone going off.
What? I'm deaf.
You're welcome.
Okay, and then the next item is item 3.2, confirm the open minutes from the council meeting for the 28th of June 2023. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins, thank you. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Howard, all those in favour, say aye. Aye. Right. Now, the next item is 5.1, Building Consent Authority IQP Register to be held by the Auckland Council on behalf of the KDC. I'd like to move the recommendation that the Kaipara District Council adopts the statement of the proposal as it reads, it's quite lengthy. Have you all got that in front of you? Oh, and Councillor Hale will second it, thank you. So I'd like to resolve, in terms of item B, resolve to seek public submissions on the proposal in accordance with the special consultative procedure process. I'd like to appoint Councillor Lambeth as the chair, Councillor Rachel Williams and Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins to hear those submissions. Talking to this will be Alistair Dunlop.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, councillors, allowing me to present this. It's a good news story, I believe. It's one further step towards enabling a lower cost of compliance. So we have independently qualified people who are, they have to be assessed and registered by councils. The transfer of powers happened about 20 years ago between Far North KDC giving that power to WDC at the time to assess and register IQPs. However, that resource is no longer available and that expertise is no longer available in WDC. Auckland City Council is willing to take that process on. The revenue shifts from WDC across to Auckland City Council. There's no financial impact on KDC at all for this. It actually helps the IQPs, particularly those that are registered both in Northland and in Auckland, because it will literally half the cost of them to register and they can work all the way from Waikato all up to the top of the of Northland. So Councillor Vincent, you kindly raised a question about IQP transfer of powers. You'd like to hear about the implications for KDC and the fact that if we don't pursue a robust IQP process, we essentially would be in breach of the building challenge that we have with this. Because we wouldn't be complying with the requirements to assess and register IQPs. If we didn't do that, we're only left with one of two options really, is to transfer the powers to Auckland Council or work with WDC on some other solution, which is not their preference. It's an easy solution for them. So I guess I'm open for any questions or wants further information.
From the EMs. Members, Councillor Nair.
Yeah, so in terms of cost sharing, would there be some cost sharing?
There's no cost involved at all. All the costs are borne on the IQP to be registered, and that's it. There's no cost to council or anything like that. It's
so any complaints or something will go to Auckland Council, not to us. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alistair, do we, by moving to Auckland, are there any incremental advantages in that, i.e. bigger portfolio of people, of knowledge?
Yes, yeah, it actually means that IQPs that are registered in Auckland would also have access to Northland, which if they don't currently do that now, I think it's correct. It also gives the building owners a greater variety of IQPs to select from too, in terms of assessing their buildings for the building warrant fitness.
And that was the second point. This is commercial buildings only.
Yes. WDC came back to me this morning. They've gone through their consultation process. They've had two feedback's both in favour. I think they both come from IQPs. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a good outcome for everyone.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If one just following on from that theme, it would mean then, wouldn't it, for my independently qualified person who wanted to operate in the Kaihu district or Northland and Auckland, that they would actually have to go through pre-registration processes, whereas now it will only be one.
Is that right? Yes, that's correct. Yes.
So that would be, I could see how that would be an advantage. Okay, thank you for that. The other thing is too, like if we didn't go through this procedure, then you say we would be in breach of the Building Act.
Yes.
And then so what's the consequences of that?
And also it could impact your accreditation as a territorial authority.
So that we would no longer be a building consent authority.
It's possible.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any further questions of Pastor? Okay, statement which was I've got nothing else to add. I think it's straightforward. Second the statement, Ashdown.
Mr. Mayor, it is, seems like it would, as long as people are happy and the panelists as well as, I think it's something less off your, or something off your table.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I just pause for 2 seconds? Thanks, Alistair, if you wouldn't mind retreating to the.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alistair.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Thank you. Now we move on to item 5.2. I'll move that one. Have we got a seconder? Councillor Howard. And presenting this will be Paul Wanders, welcome Paul, and Michael Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship Councillors. This is basically the third last step in this particular process on the private plan change 81. Officially, it's called the Trifecta Development Area, commonly known as the Dargaville Racecourse application. And today is the day for council to make a decision on the provisions and the matters raised in the submissions. Firstly, the application was received on 21st of February 2022, and public notifications appeared on the 29th of August, just over a year ago. We received 18 submissions and 7 further submissions. And council appointed independent commissioners, 3 independent commissioners in December 2022 to hear and recommend on the plan change and the submissions lodged. Those hearings were conducted on the 27th and 28th of March this year. And the full details of the whole process, submissions, etc., all the reports, and all the evidence that was presented to the commissioners were on the website, and it's not the intention to discuss those today as such. The Commission's report is now submitted to Council for a decision as they were requested to hear and recommend. So Council makes the decision eventually. In the report, you will see there are basically some options. The first one is to adopt the Commission's recommendation and approve the plan change, which is what the Commissioners have recommended. The second one is if there are certain questions or certain aspects that Council would like to hear more about, then you could refer it back to the Commissioners for further investigation and on specific matters. Or then thirdly is to reject the Commissioner's recommendations, but that would mean that the whole process would be reheard with all the evidence, etc., at the cost of the ratepayers, not the applicant. So the recommendation in the report is to adopt the recommendation of the Commissioners because a proper process was followed by the full hearings. and significant engagement and transparency was achieved throughout the process. The approval require another would require another development area similar as the Mangawhai Central area to be included in the operative district plan after the Mangawhai Central plan change. On this point, I just have to say that the provisions that we put before the council are already in the format required in terms of the national planning standards. It's a different format than the operative plan. The iwi were consulted and provided evidence for the commissioners to assess. And so lastly, the recommendation is to adopt the recommendation from the commissioners and that we notify that particular decision the council would make today. And then the matter will be open for 30 working days if any party would like to appeal the decision of council to the Environment Court. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so some questions here of Mr. One. Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I spent 2 hours going through it, so I can ask a long question if you don't mind. There are many issues I found, and going into the study by Ms. Vanessa Anich and Ms. Kovan, they're consultant planners, and they raised quite a few objections, which seemingly has been overruled by the commissioners. So I need to know why we are favoring, how it is presented is look like go for it, otherwise you pay ratepayers money. So I'm very concerned, specifically concerned on 2 items. I'll need more information on that. One, the Waka Kotahi said no to a T section or whatever. They were, and still you're progressing it. It's a large amount of money. And Mangawhai Central went through the same drama, wanting a roundabout and not having it, and ended up with a roundabout. That's the only solution. And also the fact that I live there, I thought it was conflict, but it's not. I live on Awakina Road. I cannot dream of having a 3 feet, whatever, 3 meters or whatever you think. You can have something 3 kilometers away, right from there to the town, when you can't even have, I had general manager infrastructure, couldn't even stand on there. I can't stand, you can't stand on that road because I live on that road. How can we go pre-poster thing and still go with it? Thank you.
So through the chair, what council has followed here is a normal process. So it's a normal process in a private plan change for councils to engage independent hearings commissioners who are accredited under the Making Good Decisions program to actually hear all evidence, all submissions, and then formulate recommendations to council based on all evidence, which they have done. And so the commissioners have come to their recommendations, which we'll put to you now as council.
But they're opposite of what was recommended. I actually spoke to one of the last night because in an open forum, it's not a public excluded. And they said the commissioners were against it. But I mean, what I find is opposite of it. So you end up with another cost to end time was for ratepayers or whatever environment code drama. So I think why can't we make good decisions while we have done a making good decision course? There's only one person who has done it. He doesn't live here. Why we are getting into this situation?
Through the chair, to reiterate the point, council delegated the authority to 3 commissioners to hear and make recommendations on this private plan change. We have followed the due process. The hearings commissioners have heard all evidence for and against the plan change and have come to a recommendation.
Anyway, but I can't say much.
Yeah, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a procedural question. Is it correct that Councillor Larson was one of those commissioners?
So
that's correct.
So I just wonder if there is an interest here that needs to be declared. It may be that he's not intending to comment on or vote on the question, but I want some clarification here. Is it appropriate that Councillor Larson participates in the discussion? It could be very enlightening to have him, but, and I think in the past, I might even have suggested that we have, for the future, at least the chair of commissioners to present the recommendation to a meeting of council. So I mean, it might be an opportunity, but I just would like to have his position clarified.
Look, I'd like to refer that to Susie Maris, but I wouldn't see that we are here to question Councillor Larson today. It's a decision made by an independent body. And we are simply here to endorse whether we accept that or not. Councillor.
I endorse that. Yes.
Yeah. See,
he's sitting here in the room.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so conflicts of interest are interesting in that it is up to the elected member responsible to declare the conflict. You are correct, Councillor Vincent, in that the Councillor Larson was put on the panel to reflect that community input. It is up to Councillor Larson whether or not he would like to vote or talk to it. So I'm sorry, I'm going to throw back to Councillor Larson next.
Thank you.
You wanting me to speak or something, or?
Up to you, is what I'm saying.
What are you wanting me to say? Sorry?
Conflict to declare or not?
No,
that's the meeting side.
Yeah, that's correct. If there's a challenge to that process, well, that can.
I think the question is, what is your decision?
No, I don't think.
I don't understand what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, that's.
So previously, when we've done these processes, the person that's been appointed as a hearing commissioner has stepped out, declared a conflict and stepped out. So I guess there's a question in the room. I suppose you're answering it by remaining here.
Look, as the chair, I don't think it's our role to ask Councillor Larson whether he has a conflict that he wishes to declare. It's his decision whether he does that.
And I think he's
answered the question.
Thank you.
And you wish to talk to it, do you?
No, he's answered it by remaining in the room. Thank you. Then we can move on.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Page 83.17, and the wastewater factor. And we've had various discussions around council about the wastewater capacity in Dargaville, in the area. I have to say, I have a concern with a particular line. It doesn't seem to me to be really pushing authority. It says KDC anticipates that capacity will be provided for PBC 81. Yes, we've got plans. We've talked about various plans. Does that doesn't provide me with an awful lot of absolute confidence. Anticipates is a dubious word in that. Are we absolutely? I mean, obviously the committee haven't dwelt on that one word, anticipates, perhaps as much as I have. But are we absolutely positive that we will have the resource to handle the wastewater?
So through the chair, those words I am assuming, and I can't find the page referring to that, I assume that that's from our engineer, council's engineer, who has assessed all the evidence and the information at hand and is confident, use your words, that it can be serviced and everything will be in place. I can't speak for him, but using his words, he is confident.
Well, he anticipates.
Anticipates.
Just not quite confident.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question obviously is a corollary to Councillor Howard's question. When we are making good decisions, we need to know what is the consequent liability of council. If one man makes a wrong decision, it could be an employee. KDC has a history of such decisions in Mangawhai Central or even other places, and you blame that person for doing it. But as elected members, we are responsible to ratepayers. We have to make sure the commitment we are trying to make, we can keep it. And by the looks of it, Even on looking at that ground, I think it was talking about 4,000 square meter minimum, it's a high industrial area or whatever, heavy industrial area. And now you have a residential subdivision away from the town on the basis, I think the commissioner did mention economic development. When we have a development going right in the town called Moonlight, another one, why we have to put our resources, time and money and hopes on a development which may not happen. So what is your answer to those basic objections?
So through the chair, it's not up to me nor Paul to actually debate these matters right now. As I've touched on, independent commissioners have evaluated all evidence, have heard all submitters for and against the application and have come to their recommendations.
Okay, last thing. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would council be responsible for any further litigation because of a wrong decision? And would the independent commissioner be a party as a defendant? Just based on your experience.
I don't understand the question.
The question is, if we make a wrong decision and we face legal action from whosoever people and there is cost to it, is there any personal liability for those people, independent commissioners making that wrong decisions based on facts?
Through the chair, no, because they have made a recommendation to council on the land change.
Thank you. So we take the decision, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a pretty extensive process. How many days was the hearing?
It was only 2 days. We had 3 days, but what happened is that all the evidence is pre-circulated. So it did not have to present all the evidence. It was on a question of read and ask the questions.
It's a pretty, so it's a fairly thorough process and the applicant pays for the process, I understand. Yeah. Okay, look, one more.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just a simple one. I just couldn't see it anywhere. There is elements of, so this doesn't go against, or not challenging the decision at all. Information on the purported retirement home. I didn't see anything. I may well have missed it. What sort of size were they talking about in terms of specifics of a retirement home?
The detailed design still has to be done. An area was identified for a possible retirement, and that will come with the resource consent when they start developing.
Okay, so that retirement home would be subject to the conditions in terms of sizes, section sizes, etc. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Thank you, staff. Myself, this has gone through the process that was required, and I'll be voting for it. Second is statement, which is Mike Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's not much more to add. Is that, and I agree, it's gone through a vigorous process over a fair amount of time, other than just the 2 days. I think that, I suppose that there are always going to be some elements of this that we will have query, and we don't necessarily have all of the overview that we may want to have or we may seek, but overall, we have a process with the commissioners, and we take surety out of that. I think that this is an important development for the future growth of Dargaville, and on that basis, and on the basis of the recommendation, I'll be supporting it.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Nair, followed by Councillor Lambeth.
I would like to speak because, as I said, the development is not far away. I have been kind of watching it, and I have a feeling that it's being pushed through, obviously, because of timeline, and we have to make a decision. I'm not happy with making commitments for our future generation or even the ratepayers in next 10 years, whereby we are suffering. So I'm going to vote against it. It has not been fully thought about. And I guess the decision we make are the decision we have to, it's not a process decision we make in life. The processes can be followed and we can make very bad decisions just because the process has been followed. As elected member, we have a role to do and we are governance, we are not managers. I guess we fail in our duty if I say yes to it. And I cannot be supporting a three-legged horse, even if it's the horse, somebody will decide whether he can run or not. I'm not gonna ride it. Thank you. So I will be voting against it.
Councillor Lambeth.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, sometimes a three-legged horse, if it's only one in the race, will win anyway, but there are situations where developers have success and developers do have financial problems in their development. This will have a number of added costs to it, and the market will decide on whether it sells or not. In relation to the septic system, it's not that far away from the current treatment plant, and any piping would go through a future industrial area which will serve that well. The shared footpath, cycleway and road development, we all know if we come from that area needs work, and it needs a lot of work. Whether this development pays for it or whether it's in some roading plan in the future, so be it. Like I said, the market trends will determine whether this sells or not. But one thing, if we do turn it down today and we stop it today, we will never know. So I'll be voting for this because I believe it's a critical part of future development in Dargaville. Thanks.
Councillor Vincent, followed by Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear from the local councillors. So actually, I'd be happier if you save my place. I'd like to hear Councillor Wilson-Collins' comments first. They colour mine.
Oh, okay, I'll allow that. Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I have to agree with Councillor Lambeth, what he's trying to put forward there. Dargaville has struggled for many years with basically being land and not having industrial or residential development for quite some time. There has been a change in the tide, however, and I think it's a fair point that the market will decide what happens with this development. But it is something that has been, more land is something that has been asked for, and since I first started on council, since I was first running, I had commercial operators approaching me and giving me their concerns before I was even elected about areas in Dargaville. So the need was there. Whether it's still there, whether it's too late, is yet to be determined. The process itself is a really difficult one, and I struggle with it, and I can hear the struggles around the table as well. We don't end up with all the information. We don't attend the hearings. We're relying on qualified commissioners to make. I mean, they do making good decisions, of course. So we're kind of hoping that they are making good decisions. But when we look at the infrastructure in Dargaville, the wastewater, the water supply issues that we have had in the past, that we haven't had this year, we had the reverse, but that doesn't mean we're grateful for that either. I do struggle with the process, and I struggle with understanding or believing, I guess, that in the confidence of the staff. So the comments and questions that have come earlier definitely resonate with me. However, this is a process that we follow, and I don't have a solid reason to vote against the process. But I am hoping for the best for Dargaville, and I'm hoping that this becomes a quality development, that it does fill in some need and some gaps in the Dargaville area, It's not going to be the last, so there could be quite a resurgence for our little town that will hopefully see services return that have disappeared in recent years. Hopefully it will become a more attractive place to be able to employ professionals, because that is a real struggle at the moment, ask me how I know. And yeah, so I'm just, hoping, I suppose, is wishy-washy, but I guess I'm putting faith in the process. I'm putting faith in the qualified commissioners, and I'm putting faith in the developers who seem to want to do the best for the Dargaville. Thank you.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my comments follow on from that pretty much. There are two aspects. In terms of the process, we made our decision back then was to appoint those people to hear consider all the information and then come to a recommendation back to us. So the implications are, one, that if we don't like what they've come up with, well, then our bad decision was the people we appointed. And the other thing is too, that if we were to go against the recommendation or reject it, it does raise the possibility of a council being drawn into a legal process known as judicial review, possibly. So for those reasons, without looking at the very detail of the proposal, but in principle, I feel obliged, I'll say obliged to support it. One comment on a micro detail, given that it's ex-Racecourse land and it's called Trifecta Developments, I wonder if it should have been more appropriately called Plan Change 1, 2, 3.
Thank you for that comment. Anyone else wishes to speak? Councillor Rachel Lynch.
Yeah, I guess one of the things I've looked at is the fact that in the 2020 social plan, this land was earmarked for commercial, probably because of the locality and all of that. So, you know, I'm kind of looking at that aspect. I understand there's been a robust procedure and there always is. But for the concerns that I have, I won't be supporting.
Anyone else wishing to make a statement?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, am I allowed to ask a question again?
Of who?
Had mine.
You've had yours. Move on. Yep. Anyone else wishes to make a statement? Okay, so it's the mover's right of reply, which is myself. Yeah, look, we've gone through a process that I think is robust. The public has had the opportunity to make input, and the qualified commissioners have had the opportunity to assess that and do a diligent job on that, and I believe they have. So I'll be voting for it. So all those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Against?
The second have a right of...
Maybe recorded.
No.
Can I ask for a division, please?
Councillor Howard.
Aye.
Councillor Lambert.
For.
Councillor Larson.
Staying.
Councillor Manderson.
For.
Councillor Nair.
Against.
Councillor Penny. No, she's back to Councillor Vincent.
For.
Councillor Williams.
Against.
Councillor Wilson Collins. For. Mayor Gibson.
For.
The ayes have it.
The ayes have it. Carried. Thank you. Okay. Move on to the next item, which is 5.3, Waste Management and Minimisation Plan 2023, draft for public consultation approval. I'll move that one. And then C, it delegates members to hear the submissions and deliberate. And I will chair that, and councillor Howard will be, sorry, I won't be chairing that. I'll be on that. Councillor Howard will chair it, and Aaron Wilson-Collins will be a member as well. So it's three of them. So I move that. Can I have a seconder?
I will second it on that. Yeah.
I'll let you. Okay, and we have Donna. Welcome, Donna. Once again, thank you.
Good morning, Mr Mayor, councillors. Before we get into it, I had one question around this paper, around the difference, how we calculate diverted waste. So that's correct, your proposal. It's the difference between what gets taken to the transfer stations and what actually goes to landfill. So whatever's doesn't go to landfill is sent to market. And it is sent to market. The figure that we put in there on our diversion rates has come from tonnages received at markets. So assuming that everyone has read the report, are there any questions?
Okay, any questions of Donna? Up there in Wilson-Collins.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that this waste management implementation plan that we're going out for consultation for is separate to our long-term plan.
Yes, that's correct.
Just wanted to make sure that was clear.
So the waste minimisation plan is a governance document that we're required to have by the government. And yeah, definitely different. Kind of sets the direction.
Yeah.
And then come the LTP, we set how we're going to do it and how we're going to pay for it.
Yeah. So there'll be another round of consultations by the LTP.
There'll be some form of consultation as part of that, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any other further questions? Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. One thing in terms of my skimming through it, I didn't actually see much in the document of a reference to dealing with construction waste, which is a significant contributor apart from domestic waste. And I was just wondering, did I miss that?
Okay, so I have to confess that I probably haven't seen much about construction waste either, but I believe it is in one of the, it covered off in one of our, sorry, our objectives.
Is it page 240? Is it, because we don't have a receiving in landfill in the district? Is that why?
Yes, we don't have official construction waste receiving landfill in the district. But that's not to say that we're not going to work with contractors around their construction waste, which we are doing already. And I guess you could loosely say that's covered with our education around trying to further diversion options. But I'm happy to make a slight amendment to actually include the demolition construction waste.
Actually, another question too I have is, would it be possible if you're making minor alterations to perhaps give a higher profile to, along with the question of waste minimisation, but the companion being a reduction in pollution? Is that, or am I just diluting the focus? Sorry, I can't give you a specific example, but in it, it does get an occasional mention. Yeah.
So you're correct, it does get occasional mention through the objectives around the waste minimisation. And of course, part of the objective is that we are going to reduce pollution to the environment. I believe at the beginning of the document, there is a space there for council to write a bit of a blurb. That's possibly an area where we can just.
It's all going good if we say go along and clean our streets and it looks like we've got a lovely environment, and all ends up in a big pile, which is a thinking mess. unless we manage the whole process.
But I think you'll find that's covered as well with the different options that
Sorry,
we
that was
have
a
in the
statement,
improvements to collections.
Yeah, councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Donna, look, I may have missed it, but I'd love to see a simple line figure that will illustrate to ratepayers a benefit from rates in this, you know, as we develop new technologies, et cetera, and fine tune our process. Is there such a thing? Is there a fiscal benefit to ratepayers in what we're proposing?
I guess the only benefit is, well, there's multiple benefits, right? But you can't, I guess, attribute it to actual ratepayer, but the benefit is the environment will be cleaner, we will be diverting more waste, we will be putting less waste to landfill.
Yeah, I understand that. It's probably a difficult one to answer, but just at the end of the day, you know, it was final point that there will be a cost saving in rates.
Could I help with that answer?
Yeah, you can make a comment.
I'm sorry, just my interpretation of it is with the central government and the work that they're doing and the increasing of the landfill levy as it's going to keep going up, then the more we can divert from landfill for our ratepayers, I assume that will come back as a decrease of rates.
Well, that's
my interpretation.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's really where I was heading, but just seeking the affirmation.
Okay, thank you, councillor Williams.
To the chair. Just out of interest, has anything come of the funding mechanisms for councils yet? Like, when are we likely to know? So if we go out with target rates and we explain it all in the LTP, when will we know what the funding will be that we will receive from the government to implement these?
Okay, so we have had discussions with the Ministry for Environment. It's unlikely we will get funding for our recycling collections because we're already offering that service. So they say that if you're a council and you haven't already offered a curbside recycling collection, there's funding available, but if you're already doing it, there is no funding in that package, but there is still the option to apply for funding through the waste levy funding process, which is a separate pathway. At this stage, there's funding available for the organic collections, but that's not coming online until around 2030. And there's always funding options through the waste levy, but you're just going into the mix with everyone else, so you may not get approved for funding.
Okay.
So there's no definite pathway.
Okay.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Donna, this may be going way too far in the future, but you've talked about just now about 2030. Now, we've had discussions and investigating options on this waste to energy concept. Where, at least in conditioning, you're going out to the public, at least in conditioning them, where does that thinking fit into this? Or is it an aside?
So we have got it in the document as a one-liner in there around waste energy plants, and I think through the consultation process we will get some feedback around that.
Okay. Sorry, Mr.
Councillor Lambeth.
Yes, I had to go back, but we're just going back to construction waste. Sustainable Kaipara, they held a workshop just recently where in the Mangawhai area, there was some incredible figures, but 40 to 60% of the landfill was from construction waste. And that could be slightly tilted because of the low residency and the large amount of construction. In the future, we will be required to do calculations, carbon calculations and green footprint calculations for every form of construction that is going to go through the local authorities. However, with plan changes coming in line for Dargaville and more construction predicted, have we got a strategy moving forward to deal with construction waste? Or are we going to get one? Are we going to investigate it?
Yeah, well, we definitely need to work on that one, but we are constantly, and like I say, Sustainable Kaipara has been involved in looking for avenues for construction waste. And we've come up, obviously, we've got the timber one now. I believe there's one on the polystyrene insulation. We're looking, there's also something in the background happening around chipboard offcuts. So that's just kind of almost our BAU is constantly trying to find new markets for construction waste because we don't have a construction waste dump here. It all goes off to general landfills. It's an ongoing BAU.
Thank you. Look, I'm going to wrap this one up. The mover's statement. Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth over ITM. I was going to skite about that one too, because I went to that workshop and they're doing good work. ITM sponsored it and they were pulling polystyrene out of the waste stream, but it's significant what they can't. So, and the ongoing challenge is what do we do with it? Yep. Any other elected members? I second his statement, sorry. It's Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. This is an exciting piece of the puzzle as we move forward.
I am sorry. Thank you, Donald.
As we move forward with our work in the waste minimisation area, central government has already rolled out quite a few different policies in regards to waste, and there are more to come to be rolled out. And they all affect how we manage what we're doing. I just want to acknowledge our council staff and our contractors and commend them and thank them for being transparent when it comes to the recycling collection. It's probably taken a while for the public to realise or understand because there was a lot of frustration at one point about Kaipara District Council not accepting a lot of things for recycling, but the reason that was, as Donna has alluded to in her presentation, the reason that was is because we were only collecting what could actually be recycled, whereas other councils for a time were stockpiling recycling, which I don't think is fair or transparent to payers, especially when you're charging them to just hoard rubbish. People believe they're doing the right thing. And in actual fact, there was no end market for those products. So I think that's an absolute win for Kaipara, that we, from the absolute beginning of those changes and what could be recycled, made sure that we only took in what could be recycled. And the government protocols that are coming out around recycling, we already meet. So I think that's an absolute fantastic win for the Kaipara District. So thank you to the staff and contractors for taking that stance. As far as this consultation goes, yeah, I'm really excited to be on the panel. Obviously, a passion of mine looking forward to the future and thinking beyond the here and now, and being able to develop a waste management and minimisation plan that is right for our mokopuna as much as it is for us and our environment. So I'm really keen to see what the public consultation will be. And what we'll hear, what we will hear from everybody as part of that process. And again, yeah, just a reminder that this is separate to the actual long-term budgeting. This is a 3 to 10 year document that will help us inform what we're going to put into our long-term plan. Some of our solutions go far beyond that time period. So this is more about concentrating on what we are able to achieve for our residents and ratepayers as part of the next 3 to 10 years. But that doesn't mean that we can't look even further into the future, and it doesn't mean that we can't try and lead the way. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected members? Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm all for waste minimisation. I think is a great idea. And finally, hopefully, like other Western nations, we'll have container refund schemes as well. So everything will be recycled. I have hope for waste to energy plant as well, that they will have enough material coming, and obviously Auckland Council is a big generator of waste. So in an ideal world, all these three things can work together. And at some point, maybe we should reduce the burden on taxpayer because they pay for this and they don't have to pay for so much rubbish anymore. So we can look at reducing the rates as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to make a statement? Councillor Paniora.
Thank you. I just want to make a side point that I'm really disappointed that there's been a directive to remove any Te Reo Māori from the final document itself. I think that, you know, Māori and especially Te Ao Māori has a lot to give to this kaupapa. Māori have been recycling and minimising waste since time immemorial. And to remove te reo is to remove te ao Māori and that philosophy from the heart document. It's a bad decision. I'm just going to be critical of that. We can look to Auckland Council for their work on their waste minimisation project and something that I have the privilege of working on through my, what I call my job, Rēnei o Ngāti Whātua, helping advise on and contribute to a document that actually flips the whole, what we know as the traditional triangle of waste minimisation on its head, and really looks to a circular economy as opposed to what the tradition, well, looks towards what we know today as just a really, you know, just use and throw away and then buy and throw away, that mentality to, when I purchase this, actually having some ethical decision-making around when you first purchase a product and what it can be used for and repurposed for. And yeah, I just, those are just some of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to follow on from Councillor Paniora, in general terms, I endorse what she said. I think that so two things. One is I think that inclusion of provisions in Te Reo would add to the document rather than take away from it. And secondly, I think that at the core of this issue is mass consumerism, which we need to sort of address at a philosophical level. And I guess the waste minimisation document is an opportunity which we could use to, I guess, highlight that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I think going out with this document and hearing submissions on what the community has got to say is really important. And so I hope that a lot of people will take the time to submit on this. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? All right, members want to reply. As myself, I think we've covered all the issues. I hope we get a good, robust process going. It's a very interesting topic. And, you know, a number of us are quite passionate about some of the issues that are involved. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? And carried, thank you. Right. Item 5.4, budget carryovers from the 222 to 23. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that, please?
I'll move that.
Councillor Hudson and seconded by Councillor Naya. And I think we have Sue Davidson online. Welcome, Sue.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. So I'm here to talk about the budget carryovers from 22 23 to carry them into, so that we can continue working on those capital projects in 24-25. This is a normal resolution asked of council. Their carryovers occur every year. These are for both capital and operations, not completed, but that we believe can be completed in the 24-25 year, which is this year. You'll see in the schedule there are $28 million worth of capital project works which were not completed at 30th of June. Some of these were started and they're going to be finished this year, like the externally funded projects. Examples of those might be Poto Wharf, and another large one is Raupo Gate. There are some projects that are relating to storm damage, and there are also some projects that we haven't commenced yet due to last year's weather. So you'll see on page 2 of my report, I've presented a number of graphs just to show how we performed historically, and you can see that back in 2019-20, we only had about $3 million in carryovers at that time. It's now grown to 28 million. Completion last year was we completed $40 million worth of works, despite the rainfall, which was pretty good, but it's going to be a challenge to complete the 78 million. So when you add the 28 million onto the current budget that you approved for the annual plan of 49 million, that adds to 78 million. So what we're asking you to do today is approve the capital carryovers of 28.8 million, and also the operations carry forwards, which I've listed there for you, the items which we rated for in last year, but we're saying we're going to complete this year. So that's what this report is about. So I'll take any questions, and I'll also probably be relying on our General Manager Infrastructure for some of the answers.
Okay, questions, Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. How does the y-axis on the table on page?
So up the side, you've got the volume of the dollar value of projects. So I'm just trying to work out how this is. Sorry, I was away late last week, and so that's basically on the left-hand side, it's showing you the dollar value, which should be from 2 million up to 100 million, and we're actually up to 80 million. So what they haven't put is that it's thousands on the axis. And on the bottom there, we've got the years and the 3 different, so I'm showing you what we planned the first year in 1920, what the carryovers are, and then what we actually did for each year until we get to this year, which is 23-24, and I'm showing you the plan, which comes up to 49 million, and then I'm showing you with carryovers, it will take us up to 79 million.
Thank you. Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question on this carryover. So I assume you have inflation adjusted them. Would you be able to finish all those carryover work within the required more money for them?
No, at the moment, some of them have been started, and obviously we've already got tenders in. Others, there might be less work done. Where there are renewals, there'll be less work done for the renewals money provided.
And none of the projects have any strings attached to them that they have to be finished by this date or something? Or
we have, I think, about
the money.
Yeah, through the chair, we have about half a dozen projects that are left over from all the funding, external funding. They certainly have dates that we have to finish the projects by.
Yeah, through you, Chair. I guess the main one is the Mangawhai, the Dargaville Shed Park. It's got a hard you must finish by June 24. So that's one that potentially is at risk.
On that through the chair, so that there's a briefing coming to council as a decision paper, briefing coming next week with a decision paper on that in Ember council meeting. So that one is says is at risk. The other thing to note for the transport programs, we work in 3-year NLTP, National Land Transport Fund cycles, and we're in year 3 of the cycle. So there is no guarantee of the projects being funded beyond June 2024 if they're not completed in 2024.
Councillor Pere.
Sorry, point of clarification. Why is it at risk of being lost when we were told at a previous briefing that we had everyone ready to go? It's just the consultation that's holding it up.
Through the chair, it's at risk if the council decision, in terms of there's $8 million sitting in the budget at the moment.
Council doesn't make the decision until, cool, okay, that's within our control.
Yep.
Happy with that.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, staff. We'll move to Mover's statement, Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worships. Well, I think we all understand what's happened this year and why we've got so much that hasn't been done. It's good that we can carry on and have the capital there to actually complete this work. I just think this is really a bit of a technical motion. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to say that whilst nature was against us, financially, I would say it will favor us if we ask for the extension of our cycleway project beyond June 2024 on the grounds of this nature not favoring us in terms of Gabriel and whatever COVID. So I would really like to hope that this project is finally consulted well and we do something which is actually favorable to the ratepayers in Dargaville and useful as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nair. Anyone wish to speak? Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, movers right to reply. Councillor Larson.
Nothing further, thank you.
Nothing further. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 5, which is the appointment of hearing commissioners policy. On item D there, it appoints. Excuse me, just let me finish. It says appoints an elected member, which I will name as Councillor Larson.
Clarification.
Question, just let me finish and then you can ask for that. Be part of the expressions of interest process to appoint new external hearings. Councillor Pere, what did you wish to?
The motion is on the difference between policy, which is appointing external commissioners, but then the policies also includes elected members as commissioners. I'm just wondering about clarification around the motion. If councillors are to do the making good decisions course after the decision that's made here today, will those councillors still be able to be added to the list of elected members as commissioners?
That's a question that's outside this discussion here. This is to do with appointments of external hearing commissioners.
But the policy includes the appointment of.
Can I just ask for a point of clarification, Mr. Mayor? I sort of figured that you've moved the motion.
I have.
You haven't got a seconder. The chief executive could possibly help to answer that. You could defer that to them, but you don't actually even have a seconder for your motion, it would appear.
Well, let's move back to that and then we'll clarify things. Can I have a seconder for the motion, please? Councillor Nair. Okay. Let's go through the process and we'll have the questions of the staff.
We need to understand what the motion is that we're voting on.
Well, I think we do. I think it's quite clear.
Oh, it isn't.
Well, let's go through it and then we'll have questions and answers. Thank you. Councillor, staff, please.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors again. I'll start things off and then I'll pass it over to Lloyd. And just at the outset, I'd just like to mention that we will need to bring to your attention a slight change to the wording in clause 1 draft policy. Now, this is a relatively minor matter, but the policy currently notes that training will be offered to elected members who are interested in becoming commissioners. Now, Council's Remuneration and Development Committee actually has delegated authority to actually oversee training and development for elected members, meaning we'll just need to do a slight tweak to this clause to reflect that. I'm comfortable that that actually comes within the ambit of recommendation B, so I'd just like to raise that from the outset. Following on, staff provided council with a briefing on this matter. I think it was last month or even earlier this month, and sought feedback from elected members on the draft policy. We have tweaked the policy further and have now come forward to you with a series of recommendations, which you see here from A to F. Pass it over to Lloyd to take the
Okay, thank you, Michael. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors. So just a quick recap. This follows up on the briefing report of the 2nd of August. And you'll recall it's about setting out the appointment of panel members as external hearing commissioners, and also the appointment of external hearing commissioners and council hearing commissioners to individual plan changes or individual resource consent hearings. So that's the main thing it's covering. Now, most of the feedback, very much most of the feedback from the 2nd of August workshop has been included in the amended policy. That includes accredited elected members being appointed to the hearings panel, and also elected members being, as long as they're endorsed, having completed the course, also being the chair of hearings as well. In terms of the other things we didn't quite nail, or suggesting minor amendments to, one was a request to have a quarterly report of who's been appointed to individual hearings. Just having a look at the frequency of holding hearings, we don't hold that many in a year. So we're suggesting that it's actually reported quarterly, because if we do it monthly, we'll be reporting nil to you most months. The other one was local commissioners. Understand that council has wanted local input on hearings panel, fully understood that. Just that when you come down to look at the accredited commissioners, there's a very limited number, I think it's 2, who live locally. So we need to take them into account. Most of the councillors, most of the commissioners tend to be located in Auckland. So I think we need to make provision for having a wider look at where the commissioners come from. So those are the only 2 things. Otherwise, we've addressed the feedback into the new policy. So the next step will be about going through an expression interest process to actually make the appointments. And staff have recommended that an elected member be part of that appointment panel. The reasons for that is to give some context, some local context to Kaihu District's wider aspirations in terms of its visions and community outcomes. And we think that's an important part of the mix here. And the final list will be brought back to council for final approval. So just running through the recommendations. So the recommendation we're seeking is to approve the appointment of approve the policy, then giving a delegation for minor tweaks to be made to the policy by the Mayor and the Chief Executive. As you've heard, an appointment of an elected member to the appointment panel. And also one thing, all existing contracts actually expire in early October. So we're looking for an extension till the 4th of February for those contracts to be able to continue. So to buy us time to allow us to appoint new commissioners going forward. And as I mentioned, we'll bring back the final recommended panel back to council for approval. Happy to answer questions.
Councillor Pere.
So just going back to my initial question, so 4.4.1 of the policy around the contradictory statements that say, second line, the council will review this list every 3 years following the triennial local body elections, and then the penultimate paragraph, which says that the elected member is to be included on this list as a council hearing commissioner on the successful completion of the Making Good Decisions training program. Just to premise this, we've had a number of elected members that have stated that they want to undertake the course, and that's been vetoed by the mayor, who, for whatever reason, isn't allowing that to happen. So my question today is, if the training course is undertaken and completed after this decision is made, can councillors who undertake the training be added to the list, or is it only reviewed every 3 years, or does it automatically happen they go on to that list?
A great question. I'll let the Marathon answer that one.
You, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so firstly, just to cover off your first point, Councillor Paniora, the Remuneration Development Committee is responsible for elected member development. The request will be put to that. I don't think it's met recently. It was meeting mid-September, I believe, to assess the requests from elected members to have training. So that will cover that point off. My understanding is that if an elected member is making good decisions qualified, then they're on the list.
Oh, so I'll be doing the course in November.
That's a process we need to go through in September.
I'm already enrolled, so.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, actually, my question is, KDC Commissioner, this list we have on page 303. Actually, it's a gun, a bullet which can kill the lion. 303. So the valid trail. So we have a mixture of existing commissioners and new appointed commissioner in this list.
Through the chair, look, it is starting from scratch. It's registration of interest, and ultimately we could end up with, having gone through the appointment process, we could end up with some existing commissioners being appointed, but also some new ones. So it is starting from scratch, but there are a number of existing.
So you can you actually exclude which is new? Because some of them says chair endorsed. What does it mean?
That's an additional, there's two sort of qualifications, if you like. One is to be a commissioner, and there's an additional qualification that needs to be made to chair an actual hearings commissioner. And it is required, it is under the IMA, you have to have that second qualification to actually chair the hearing commissioners.
For example, Mark Farnsworth, Mangawhai, is he a new commissioner or is he an old commissioner?
Old commissioner.
Through the chair, what you have at attachment B to the report, our list of current.
What page number, please?
When you're looking.
That is.
That's our list of current.
Able list of existing hearing.
And which are the new ones then?
They haven't appointed.
Also, you'll come back to us again. Okay.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gentlemen, you've spoken about, we only have 2 local independents, right, in the Kaipara area. And okay, we're looking at replenishing stocks. Is there a way, a process of going to the community, like a job spec and seeking other individuals from the community that could become independents outside of elected members?
With the chair, through Mr. Mayor, I might answer that if I could. Yeah, so that's not a process, to be fair. There would also, raise an expectation that council would pay for the course. The course is expensive as well. My take on it is, you also need, not only do you need to do the training, because that doesn't make you a good commissioner, you do need obviously a bit of work experience and
that's right
as well. So, yeah.
I was referring more to the work experience that might be applied.
Okay, any further questions?
Just one last question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following on to, I think there are quite a few people are concerned, Pere including, in terms of our ability to be commissioners. So the question is that how about I put my money, don't wait for remuneration committees, $2,000 and do the course. Would I still be entitled to it as a commissioner?
He just answered that, as far as where you.
He said we'll wait till the.
Two separate things going on.
Sorry.
Yeah, ask the question.
So through the chair, CE Maris did touch on that point before.
Yeah.
So can you elaborate?
Yes, if you're qualified, if you are qualified, then you've passed the course, then yes, you can go on this. That's my understanding.
So we can bypass the process of delay.
Yes.
And take it on our own.
Which I've already enrolled in as well.
And we can also say the council will not, we can go public.
Because we wouldn't have been approved.
Thank you.
For it.
Okay, that'll do. Any further questions? Okay. So move a statement. The process that needs to be completed, and I'm happy with the process that's put forward. Second is statement, Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whilst it's all good with the processes, I'm very disappointed in terms of elected members being, shall I use the word like rolled down, whatever, the bulldozed in delays of the process, ending up with one commissioner to handle with multiple developments which we are looking forward to do in Mangawhai and Kaipara. Including one with the conflict of interest from the last meeting. I am very disappointed that the council has not been having the money to spend while they have $28 million of works to be extended into the next year, but no money for the elected members to actually be qualified. And being in a process where we have 7 elected new members or whatever, we have not had that opportunity. So I'm very disappointed with Mr. Mayor about this, but I look forward to things changing where the elected members can be shouldering responsibility and doing something which we actually promise the ratepayers. Thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, leavers right to reply. I think you need to appreciate that getting into the course, there's a bit of a backlog to actually getting people in there, from what I understand. And certainly we will be going through with the process that will give us a bigger depth of commissioner ability. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Okay, what are we going to do about lunch?
We could do lunch now if you want.
Yeah, look, I'm going to adjourn for lunch, guys.
Half an hour?
Half an hour? Okay. We move that one.
Okay.
Upper District Council delegates of the gate. I've named myself, Mark Vincent and Ron Manderson to undertake those interviews. Mark knows a fair bit about it and I've had a little bit of input as well, so that would be good. So I'll move that. Can I have a second, please? And so now, right, so who's presenting this? Jessie Wardley?
And Donna.
And Donna. Donna?
Kia ora everyone. Yeah, we're here to present to the Matakohe Cemetery Trustees. We're here to seek approval to run an expression of interest to formally appoint trustees to the cemetery. We only have powers to appoint and remove trustees. It's not actually land owned by Kaipara District Council.
The questions?
Yeah.
So what's our vested interest? Why we want to do it?
We were delegated powers from the Governor General to appoint and remove trustees for that cemetery.
For all the cemeteries in Kaipara?
No, just Kohe Cemetery, because it's Crown land. Yeah, it's Crown land.
Oh, Crown land.
It's Crown land.
Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. I'd just be interested in a bit more background about this process. I've been contacted by existing trustees and they weren't aware of this coming to council today. So just wondering where the process has come from. Will those trustees be able to apply?
So we're suggesting that a panel of elected members to take the expression of interest and do the interviews. We did notify the current trustees that we were looking into this and have uncovered that never formally appointed anyone, which is why we're going through the path.
Okay, and so what's the implications long term? Will we should we also be, is there going to be a time frame on the trustee appointment? Is it going to be appointed and removed? So moving forward, if we haven't actually undertaken this.
The Act is very general, so it doesn't really stipulate, so that would be something that we need to determine. Yeah.
Would that be a development of a policy?
Yeah, most likely.
Okay. Yeah. And would that be in conjunction with the trustees themselves, or is it something that council would develop?
It would probably develop policy, and then that's what we'd follow going forward.
Okay, would we need to have that policy in place before we could actually appoint trustees? What are they signing up for?
That's what we need to decide. So they, through the Act, we just appoint them as trustees and then they follow the Act. So it's similar to what council has to run by. So they manage everything. All the chattels, financials, management is all under them, and they need to follow the requirements of the Burial and Cremation Act.
Yeah. Okay. But does the Act stipulate how long they're on the trust for?
No, it just says it does have some conditions in there. If someone resigns, then we'd need to reappoint a new trustee.
That would come back to council.
Yeah.
So you, Maris, would like to add a comment here?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. I think I'm hearing what you're saying, Councillor Wilson-Collins. In the absence of a policy, we're not going to get a policy before the appointment. That's not the reality. That's the reality of the situation. So I think it's best that we work with the panel and select a time frame that we could happy to be appointed for to bring back to council at the appointment stage. Could be 3 years, for example, to give the community that certainty as well, and to give us that certainty as far as appointment or reappointment.
So Aotearoa.
Thank you. One question potentially too, depending on what the answer is to this, but who oversees the church that's also located on the grounds?
That's a separate trust.
So why does the separate trust not operate the cemetery?
It's owned by the church, Coates Memorial Church Trust, and the cemetery is Crown land. So it's a separate title, basically.
Because it would make sense for the church to operate it, given that plenty, I'm sure, would go through the church.
If they apply, yeah. I guess it's managed difference, the church. They have their own committee. There's their own, I believe an elected member is part of that Coates Memorial, or should be part of that trust as well.
Has that been put out to the church to potentially?
No.
Operate it?
We haven't approached the church.
That would make sense to me.
Councillor Pere brings up an interesting set of questions here. How's the, what's the time frame and how, maybe it's in here, correct me if I'm wrong, but people apply to want to be trustees?
This is all a new process that we'll have to establish.
I take it it'll be advertised, I would guess.
Yes, yep,
Okay. So it's a procedural thing, this, isn't it?
yes.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. So with an expression of interest process, we'd probably advertise in, the lifestyle, that sort of thing, and so to get out in that community as well for a certain amount of time period. The applications would close, then we'd convene the panel. Be clear in that advertisement about the length of time that we're looking at being appointed for, to your point, Councillor Wilson-Collins. The panel will convene and then go through an interview process with those expressions of interest, and the church could obviously put in an expression of interest as well, and be part of that process. And then the panel would then select and then bring back to council for a decision.
Okay, Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Just another question. With the Gazette notice that was attached to our agenda, there's several cemeteries that are now located in the district. Have they been appointed other districts? Meeting of a process. Oh, there's a whole bunch of things we were meant to have done.
It is a beginning. So there are some of those cemeteries that are under the administration now of Kaipara District Council, such as Mangawhai. But yeah, it is probably the start of further investigation.
It's quite an interesting one, isn't it? Because we don't own or run it, but we have to appoint the trustees.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, any further questions? Yes. Councillor Lambeth.
Is it a possibility that the trust could run all these, or is that something you look at? And excuse my ignorance, and I apologise if I offend anyone. Is the Matakohe, is it still active? Is it still open for burials, or is it a closed cemetery?
It's open.
Oh, right.
Very active.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it might have just been a historical place of it, but okay, cool.
No, I think they've recently even done some extensions there for additional burials.
Who's they? The current trustees?
The current trustees, yeah.
Okay, I've got nothing to add as move a statement. We've got a second statement, Councillor Nair. The other elected was to speak. Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Yeah, I just understand the process that needs to be followed, and these things do come up from time to time. An organisation like council, actually you shouldn't be with an organisation like council, because as time goes on and staff changes, elected members change, etc., in this case, councils have been merged, things have fallen by the wayside. So just thank the staff for picking up on this procedure that we're meant to follow, and looking forward to hearing about the results of what needs to happen with those other named cemeteries in the Gazette. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? But I do not wish to reply. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Okay, 5.7 on our.
I'd like to move, your worship, that Kaipara District Council does not approve, and then continue with the rest of the words and the recommendations. So that the council does not approve the allocation of $45,000, etc. Get that up on the board, the screen, please.
Yes, please.
Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Rachel Williams. Okay, so we welcome Amanda to talk to this. So you'll see the changes that councillor Larson has put up there. Just change it to does not approve the allocation of 45,000 from the Mangawhai Endowment lands account, etc. Okay, thank you, Amanda.
Hi, thanks everybody. The MELA policy is to protect the fund's capital by the inflation rate each year. As the inflation rate for FY23 is 6%, it has resulted in no funds being available for distribution. This calculation is on page 2 of the MELA. The community is aware that there may not be any funds available this year and for any grants, but they've received 8 applications which have totaled almost 147,000. Last year, approval was granted from council to distribute $45,000 in grants. We're asking this year for the same value to be approved for distribution.
Okay, any questions of Amanda?
Just one, sorry.
Have councillor Naya followed by councillor Pere.
But just a clarification, so we had the option 1 and 2 in terms of finance to, why we have to make that change on that, volume?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so what, just so you're clear on where we are, councillor Naya, the staff recommendation was to approve the allocation of 45K from the MELA fund based on a previous exemption provided by the previous council in the same situation. Councillor Larson has moved that it not be approved. And so that's what's on the table at the moment.
Okay, so it's a new one. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pere.
Sorry, I have a number of questions because I'm not really familiar with this scheme and whatnot. So I'm just looking at the interest earned between the financial year 2022 and 2023. So is it correct that the interest earned was 190,000 compared to the 2023 financial year of 267,000? So approximately $77,000 extra in interest was earned between last year and this year?
So that is the annual interest. So last year, 190,000 of interest earned on the fund. This financial year, FY23, it was 267. So that is, the interest rate is calculated as an average of the average rate that council has for the external debt, is an average included in there is the bank's average.
So, but does that mean that it earned 77,000, give or take, interest more this year than last year?
Correct.
Okay.
Which is reflected by the increase in interest rate.
And does the interest earned, does that come from just money invested in a fund? Because I don't know too much about the background of this endowment fund. Is that from cash that's sitting in the bank, or is it from assets and the revenue? Is it from fixed assets, or is it from money sitting in a term deposit?
It's an allocation, so it's from a historical fund that was given to council, and every year we do a calculation to allocate an interest income to the fund for the 4-year total capital value. So if you have a look, the fund balance just under the calculation table, there's a fund balance which last year was 57 million, and this year at the end of the year it's 5.7, and this year it's 1 million. So
and does that come from another fund so is there a greater fund, and then that gives in the 2022 year 5.7 million, and in the 2023 year 6 million?
It's sitting in our reserve. So on the council balance sheet, there's reserves, and it's included in there. It's a council reserve. So it's no bank account sitting anywhere for it. It's just an accounting reserve that we have allocated. That is the MELA reserve.
But it is.
So through the chair, I'll just help with that. Yes, the money's real.
Cool. I was just trying to understand if
it's given to the council, but instead. Yeah, through the chair, instead of the council investing it in a separate account, it's mixed in with our money, but we account for it separately, and we make sure it does get the interest that's due to it each year. And so there's an expectation from the community that there would be some funds available for them to apply for. And that's why we've gone out to the community asking for people to consider applying for funds. And as Amanda has told you, there's been 8 people apply. If at this meeting you decide not to grant funds, then we'll go back and say there's no money to distribute this year.
Okay, and so I don't understand why it says rental income from property leases, or is that again separate money that comes into the endowment fund?
So through the chair, so there were some properties left to this endowment fund that was set up, and the income from those properties, they're still owned and managed by council, and all the costs and the revenue go through the MELA account, and so the rental comes in as income to the MELA fund.
Okay, and so sorry, forgive me, I'm just trying to work this out.
Can we have
In terms of the applications that we've received, there was a figure. So usually we allocate $45,000 to the Awards and Grants Committee, and we've had, what was the figure of the applications that we've received from the public for awards and grants?
Through the chair, it's $146,990 have applied.
And what would be the consequences of not granting the $45,000 to obviously a huge amount of applications that potentially meet the application criteria, given that we're better off by $77,000 between this year and last year, irrespective of the inflation rate calculation?
So through the chair, what it means is there'll be no money given out, and they'll just have to reapply next year. So the projects that may have qualified won't be granted. And just to clarify, it's not just 45,000 each year. For the last 2 years, the inflation rate has been higher than the interest rate. So that's why the council last year set a minimum of 45,000. So we've just come to council this time to say, do you want to give the same 45,000 that we gave last year, given the inflation rate was higher than the interest rate?
Reputation-wise, I mean, what would be the reputationally, what would be the impact of us declining and saying we have no money to give, given that we've actually received $77,000 more between last financial year and this financial year? What would be the reputational impact of us saying, actually, we don't have any money to allocate to this fund when we're actually in a better off financial position?
That's for the councillors, through the chair, that's for the councillors to decide. We're giving you the option to put out the money there, but you can withdraw it. Obviously, it doesn't meet, because of the inflation rate being greater, we don't have the money as determined by the fund to distribute, but council was generous last year.
Usually have paper.
Hang on.
The reputation.
Any questions? Just a second.
And that's missing from the papers this time around.
Through you, Mr Mayor, sorry, Councillor Paniwata, when the applications opened, it was made quite clear on the application, it's subject to council having the funds to do so. So it was made quite clear on the application, but there was a rider on that, and it's your decision.
Finally, I get to speak. So just one question related. First of all, I don't understand why we have to have this capital protection requirement, whereby every year we have to make a decision on inflation, when all our things are not even inflation proof, the whole spending. So can we get rid of this clause? And what is the procedure?
Through the chair, we it's in the MELA policy, so the policy would come to council to be
Thank you.
amended.
Yeah, that'll be awesome, because I don't see any rhyme or reason for something which we give, making it inflation proof, while all the ratepayers, they are not inflation proof, all expenditure is not inflation.
Yeah.
So I don't see any logic in this policy. Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For point of clarification, is it correct that we reduced over the last 2 years the amount of allocation to protect the overall balance at a time of?
Through the chair, the calculation came through with the amount that was left to distribute. So you can see in the calculation, it has a surplus or a deficit. Last financial year, there was no funds to distribute due to the capital protection. It was approved by council to give 45,000, which was in line with similar to the year previously. That's what's been asked again this year.
So it is an element of protection of the fund.
Councillor Aaron Wilson, Collins.
Thank you. Can I just ask, because we're getting a really great understanding about this fund, there's one line we haven't discussed yet, and that is how is the capital protection calculated? Because that's a different figure on those 2 years. Actually, the year we've earned more interest, it's actually less. So I just wasn't sure how that is calculated.
Through the chair, the capital protection is the inflation rate. So this year it was 6% and prior year it was 7.1 or 7.3 last year.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Mover's statement, Mr. Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, this policy goes back to 2017. In fact, the conversation arises from the Mangawhai Lands Empowering Act 1966, which resulted from the dissolution of the Mangawhai Harbour Board, and it resulted in a fund. And so 6 years ago, what was happening is that, talking Finance 101 here, talking about the real value of money. The fund was being depleted because it wasn't being financed, it wasn't being inflation adjusted. So if you have $5 million and you keep it at $5 million, 20 years later, it has the buying power of $2 million. And so the decision was made to make an inflation adjustment by deducting a CPI adjustment off the proceeds of the fund and adding that to the capital each year, so that it was a perpetual fund and that people in 20 years' time would still have the equal benefit of it. We've had an unprecedented situation here where we actually have gone from very low interest rates and ramped up to very high inflation. And we've ended up with a couple of years where we've got a bit of a mismatch. Now, when I put a notice motion up on the 11th of July 2017 to put this policy to amend this policy to protect the capital, I actually moved that the interest rate to the fund for internal borrowing be changed to council's interest rate for external borrowing from the preceding year. In that, basically council is internally borrowing the MELA capital, and essentially there is no additional cost to council. It's just, it would be the same as what they were paying externally. What happened in review is that got watered down and ended up being the average of the available retail borrowing rates and council's cost of debt. And so I think there is an opportunity here to have a look at, if we do recalculate, that we could actually end up with a situation where we do end up with a surplus. However, if every year we keep dipping into the adjusted capital, we're going to end up with the fund ultimately being worth nothing. And that's why I'm suggesting that we need to stick to the principle which is in the policy, which is we don't distribute the adjusted capital. Now, there is one other matter there which has been raised, and that is that, why are we advertising when we don't know whether there's going to be any money or not? And what's happened this year, it's been advertised on the condition that there won't be any money distributed if it isn't available. And what we need to do there, in my opinion, is to fix that problem by making our calculations before we advertise, so that people don't go to any effort. And so, whilst I'm not proposing that today, I think there's an opportunity to have a bit of a look into this policy and see if we can fix it so that we are actually getting a better return, which doesn't cost council anything, but that we also change the timeframes around advertising so that we get through to the end of our financial year and have time to make those calculations so that we know how much funding is available before we advertise. So a couple of little tweaks there could be a minor policy amendment at some stage that would get us through to that point. So I think that council has covered itself in regard this time. It said that it's provisional on the funds being available. We keep dipping into the capital year. We are completely defeating the purpose of having that capital protected. And we've already done it the previous year. That was justified on the basis that it had been advertised without any caveat of funding availability. This time we have said that there is funding, that is provisional on funding being available. In fact, in terms of the policy, there isn't any funding available, which is why the idea of having an exception was put up again today. So on that basis, I hope that gives a little bit of background, and I think we should proceed with caution, protect this fund perpetually and not keep dipping into it. It's always easy to go and grab money. It happens to be lying around, but I think we need to be prudent and not do that. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, look, I fully endorse what Councillor Larson has said. And the fact that it says the resulting calculation means that under the policy, no funds should be distributed this year. I think we need to hold to that. I just wonder as well, there is the reserves contributions festival fund. Is that something that the people who've applied to the MELA could potentially be put onto? I don't know what the terms are for that, but there could be other ways that they could apply for the funding. This is a thought.
Okay, any other members wish to speak? Councillor Pere.
I'll be voting against this motion simply because we're at a time where our community is suffering. We're in a recession right now, and it sounds like the applications are completely, for every $1 we have, there's $3 that our community needs. I'm looking at the applications from 2022. We've got Mangawhai Activity Zone, Mangawhai Community Gardens, Mangawhai Heads Volunteer Lifesaving Club, Mangawhai Tennis Club, and Te Whai Community Trust. These are community organisations that just last month we were talking about helping and assisting in various ways. I take the point that Councillor Larson has raised around inflation rates, but there will come a time where we can apply the policy as set. I feel like we are in exceptional times where we should be making an exception, and I would hate to think that the reason why we're not applying this exception is that we've already looked at the 8 applications received and we've already decided and predetermined that they don't, that they shouldn't get an exception applied to them. Just bear that in mind. We have put the applications out, irrespective of whether we've caveated them. The people that are making these decisions and writing these reports, unfortunately, I'm sure have already had a look at the applications. And so I just want to say that that is also a reputational risk to the council, if we're predetermining these applications before they've had a chance to go to a committee. That's all. Thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Mayor.
Question or statement?
No statements now. Wish to speak?
Well, I'm happy to speak. In saying that, I don't know much about them. I got some feedback from Councillor Larson about initiation of this Mela, which means fair in my language, actually, right? But what happens is we are trying to keep this fund alive for I don't know what rhyme or reason. Why can't we have something, make it more simpler and make it a part of awards and grants committee, which they can also do the same job? Why we have to inflation proof a fund? I would say this fund should be one way or another, if possible, should be given away rather than trying to be protected. Because we have other means, as Councillor Rachel mentioned, to look at funding those options of small. I mean, they are just like in Dargaville. We have so many awards and grants given for little things, and I don't see any rhyme or reason to continue with a commitment for another 20 years and trying to inflation proof it. So that's my 2 cents. I would like to contribute to the committee. If the applications have been already in there, maybe we have an obligation to give the money. I believe too. Thank you.
Any further elected members wish to speak? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. Yeah, I have seen the Mela Fund come through council a few times now with my time on council, and I completely understand Councillor Larson's point of view and wanting to protect the policy and that protect the fund and the whole purpose of the policy there. But I also understand the other side of the coin that's being expressed, that we are speaking about 45,000 of almost $6.04 million, which long term, as inflation rates and interest rates ebb and flow, probably isn't going to make a big difference to the fund itself. I see the repetitiveness of needing to dip into that inflationary protection could become problematic in the future. I don't think that's a problem necessary for this year. I do think it's really unfortunate, regardless of whether we've KBA'd it or not. I think it's really unfortunate that we have advertised this fund and that the community, people in the community have spent time on making applications. As the chair of the Awards and Grants Committee, it's very obvious how much time our community organisations pour into these grant applications, which right now has been expressed by Councillor Paniora, there is not enough money to go around. And so their success rate is not great anyway. Since COVID, there's been a phenomenal increase in grant applications. I'm not just talking about council. I'm talking about all funding streams at the moment, because in another life, that's another part of what I do. So there's a real challenge at the moment to balance out the needs of our community and their expectations, as well as has been quite rightly pointed out, the perpetual ability of this fund to keep giving into the future. And what I'm saying is I understand both sides, but I think my heart at the moment and my decision making is with the community, and so I would be absolutely fine to hand out $45,000 in this round. So I'll be voting against the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sort of feel when you go through the figures that we're somewhat conflicted, because last year there was a negative of just on 162,000 available for grants, A minus B. Then we added the grants paid, so we were a deficit of $206,000 on that year. I, like Councillor Wilson-Collins, is that I understand both sides. I think that the increased interest has certainly helped the situation in this current year. I have sympathy also for the groups that have applied for, I mean, a very modest amount of money, $45,000. And, you know, I'm torn between the protection and trying to look after these groups. Some of them, we would have to do a fairly a hard cull of the applications undoubtedly. But I do feel like I'm erring on the side of saying, you know, 45,000 is not going to materially whack the balance that we have available.
Anyone else wish to make a statement? Okay, I'll be voting for the motion. I think that policy was set up in the past to do just what Councillor Larson is trying to protect, and that is that the fund remain ongoing, so that we can continue to take from it into the future when it has accrued necessary returns, so that the fund itself is inflation proof. I keep thinking about compounding interest when I think about returns. So, yeah.
And the point, if I may, Mr. Mayor, the point being that is that that is, even though we paid out quite a lot of money in fiscal year 20, you know, the fund has grown by some good $500,000 over the period.
Okay.
Despite those, the outflows and the capital projection.
All right, movers right to reply. Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think it's always easy to see money there growing in dollar values apparently, but actually not having grown, in fact gone backwards, because when you look at the money today, it actually doesn't have the buying power that it did in any construction of any project that ratepayers might want to do. And when you look at an amount of 45,000, as Councillor Howard has quite rightly said, over 2 years, it needs to be seen in the context of returns that we've actually had on our adjusted capital. So it's not inconsequential. And I think that we need to actually look at the purpose of this. I've heard an opinion here today that we ought to give the capital away, and there is no point in having this fund. But you know, it can be a death by cuts. So on one hand, an extreme position is just to give all the capital away. On the other hand, it is to go through a stage of cuts and devalue the fund by continuing to chip into it and giving it away. People that apply for the fund obviously would like to take something out of it, but most of them aren't going to get what they're asking for anyway. And that's why I would rather take a principled approach to this and actually get our policy straightened out a little bit and make it work into the future. I think that whether you take all the capital and give it away, or give the capital away as is being suggested in the recommendation, it's just basically killing the goose to that lays the golden egg. And that's what's been happening every year here. You need to hold firm and make sure that it's got as much value for the future and the long term once policy is in place. So I think that we should stick to that, get our comms better. I think they had a very good suggestion from Councillor Williams that these applications could in fact be referred to the Reserve Contributions Contestable Fund. No one knew that there was even going to be any money available when they applied, and we simply go out and say there isn't any capital available as per the policy this year, but your applications can still be referred to the Reserve Contributions Contestable Fund, and then make these tweaks to the policy. So when we go out next time, we know what we've actually got before we go out, regardless of whether there was caveat or not, we should have actually just changed the date, gone out the right time, as Councillor Wilson Collins suggested. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay,
Division, please, Alana.
Right?
Oh, sorry.
put it to the vote. All those,
Any more comment?
That's it.
We're done.
I know we're done. Had the movers right to reply. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
Yeah.
Right. I'll call for a division, please.
Yeah.
Councillor Howard,
Abstain.
Councillor Lambert,
4.
Larkin, Councillor Manson,
4.
Councillor Nair,
Against.
Councillor Penior,
Against.
Councillor Williams,
4.
Councillor Wilson Collins,
Against.
Gibson,
4.
the ayes have it.
Okay, motion carried. And the next item on our agenda is 6.1, which is the year-end regional transport summary. Can I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Nair, the seconder, please, Councillor Howard. And we have Calvin Thomas here to present this. Welcome, Calvin. Thank you.
So through the chair, I will take the report as read. This is an annual report that's provided to the Alliance Leadership Group, which is the 4 CEs from the 4 councils and a representative from Waikotahi, summarising the activities across the region. It summarises and supplements the operational reports that each council monthly. Probably note some of the key items. What KDC's knowledge is the back to basics approach we are taking towards the next activity management plan submission, which informs the LTP program, aligned with our submissions to the recently released GPS that have been developed, focusing on core road maintenance and drainage and looking to lift the funding application in those spaces. There was 32.8 million of KDC's transport program delivered, despite having only a 5-week construction season. And also noting that we lost most of the the autumn unsealed season, which means we, as the earlier item you had, where we've carried forward a number of the unsealed road rehabilitation, we have a large season ahead of us, and we'll talk about that more in the briefing next week with the sites that are covered. About 20% of the work undertaken across KDC was completed by other council staff, and that is consistent with the resource sharing across each of the councils. The emergency works repairs, with the majority of KDC's emergency works being a result of either Cyclone Gabriel or the Mangawhai event. It is mostly being completed to date at 100% subsidy funding. So 5.94 million completed, 5.9 of that was subsidised. So we're just looking at the moment of finishing off the phase 2 and then moving into the more complex phase 3. And finally, we had a massive amount of customer requests, close to double our normal annual average as a result of most of those storms. And you could see the spikes in those areas. Any questions, I guess?
No, any questions, please? Councillor Nair.
I will always trying to find the 319 page because the agenda is not there. So I'm looking at, do you have that 319?
I've only got a printout of the report, so I don't know what.
Total NTA managed expenditure 4-year comparison.
Oh, yes. Yep.
It's page 6, I guess.
Yes.
So if you compare the number, I'm not becoming racist as far as councils are concerned, but you look at FNDC, you look at KDC, you look at WDC, forget NRC. And if you look at 2021-22, right, and compare it with 22-23. FNTC from 35 million to 58 million. WDC from 40 million to 55 million. How come KDC, the weather is same, the COVID is same, what is the excuse for KDC achieving less than all other councils? What's the explanation for that?
So through the chair, the percentage of budget completed per council was 70% on average, between 68 and 72. KDC's overarching budget is significantly less than the other two. And you can see that at the top where your final budget expenditure was 44 million in the graph above. Achievement of, with council's budgets changing during the year because of emergency work, it was 79.3% achievement against the original budget, or 74.5% against the revised, versus Far North 82 against the original 71, and WDC 83% versus, or 77. Far North and WDC have significantly higher budgets due to the type and complexity of their networks. And part of the anomaly in 2021 of KDC's, of 21-22, was the externally funded works that were included in that, which included the 8 million of unsealed road works and the Mangawhai shared path.
So just carrying on 343 page. Now we are talking district. Conway 39%, Far North 40%, Kaipara 21%. Just tell us what's happening wrong in Kaipara. Why we are underachiever of
through the chair, that is, if you look at the middle graph of that page, the dark blue line is your percentage of expenditure, and the light blue line is the percentage of hours. If you look at the one across on the right, all councils are within a very close percentage of the hours expended per.
Not on the same.
Oh, okay. Which?
He's looking at.
21%.
He's looking.
The amount given.
Ages later.
Oh, okay. So that one there is the distribution of customer requests. So that is how many customer requests are received per council.
So you're saying that Kaipara people don't complain. It's 21% rather than the.
Of the total regional customer requests, noting that Kaipara have significantly fewer ratepayers.
My last question. You mentioned about here in lights and whatever. Highway. Traffic light on Pokianga and Normandy Street. Are you going to look at it at some point? We are talking a cross-section of highway with the council road. Would it be you or would it be then Waka Kotahi looking at it?
So is this the Dargaville?
Dargaville, yes.
So that is a Wakatahi.
So would you do something about that as in?
So through the chair, I believe we're coming next week with a briefing on the transport choices package, which part of that's included in. That specific intersection is a Waka Kotahi, not council.
We'll be covering it. Thank you.
It's Waka Kotahi, not, yeah.
It's not NTA, it's Waka Kotahi's responsibility.
Will not contain anything about that.
Briefing will identify what the feedback and consultation has been, of which part of that is included. Whether we can do anything as council, roading department, will be part of the briefing as well.
Thank you.
Have any other questions? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I raise from time to time the death toll in Northland. And, you know, it's appalling to see that we're not that far double.
No.
Our death toll over the previous, the Kaihu is not. Undoubtedly, and as you've said before, a number of mitigating circumstances. But, you know, I can't help wondering, seeing this, whether, you know, there's a case that, and it might be, you know, for a discussion for another day, whether we should be really objectively and hard looking at this road to zero, strategy that is being implemented at great cost to us, as our part, because as an overall, something's not working. And, whether you call it conditional road, low speeds, or indeed driver conditions. So are we going to have some actions come out of this road toll in terms of new strategy?
So through the chair, the Road to Zero strategy has 6 different aspects to it. So speed limits is one, infrastructure improvements are another, driver education, enforcement, improving access to safer vehicles. And in Northland, as presented by the Chief of Roading Police, Anne-Marie Fitchett, at the last RTC meeting, they have a disproportionately higher fatalities, serious injuries as a result of what's known as RIDS, so either restraints, impairments, drugs or speed. The majority of Northland's accidents are attributed back to one of those causes, and it is a system approach that needs to be taken to improve that road code, but Northland is an anomaly in terms of the rest of the country.
Any further questions? Right, we'll move to statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, it's good to have information coming to us on a regular basis. Always leaves a little bit to be desired in terms of fire. Feel that more focus somehow in this board share by the NTA report to 3 different council, we get our fair share in terms of performance and directions and delivery.
Thank you. Second to statement, Councillor Howard.
No, nothing further to add.
Nothing to add. Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, movers right to reply. Councillor Nair.
All good. Thank you.
Okay, let's put it to vote. All those in favour to note this report, say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Okay, 6.2. It says externally funded projects, update July 2023. The recommendation is to note the externally funded projects update July 2023 in attachment A. Can I have a mover for that, please? Okay, I'll move it. You second it. Thank you, Councillor Wilson-Collins. Okay, and we have Helen Ronaldson. Thank you, Helen. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to be here again. I'm going to take the report as read. It's a pretty simple one each time. We noted in here, of course, because we write this ahead of time, that the opening of the Mangawhai Shared Park was scheduled for the 22nd of August. That, of course, went ahead. Had a beautiful day for it and a good turnout. So that was really exciting. I had also hoped to be able to share with you today some provisional news we've had about our latest TIF applications, but that has not been publicly released yet. So the embargo stands. My apologies. I can't share that with you. We have had some success though, or we have been notified that we've had some success. So I look forward to being able to share that with you as soon as we're allowed to. Yeah, so that's basically it. Any questions?
Any questions? Councillor Larson.
Just with regard to the shared path, in future, would it be possible to include the complete shared path network on a plan in the report?
So this has been about the externally funded project. So that's why we're focused on the MB portion that has been funded. So the next phase, of course, is being funded by council. So that is a different, we can certainly look at how we get updates to you for the next phase of it, because that'll be one of the projects that will be closed out shortly because the MB funding will be complete.
Yeah, okay. So is there a up-to-date staging plan available that could be? Is it on the website?
I'm not sure if it's on the website or not, but I can certainly follow that up.
That'd be great.
Okay. Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on page 3rd, I think it looks to me that it is not updated. 4 applications were submitted in April 2023 for Mangawhai Community Park, Bailey's Beach, Pine Beach. I thought they were approved.
Oh. There is no public notification yet, so I'm unable to comment.
Okay. You said expected in August. We are in end of August.
Correct.
Yeah. So
this is the DI, we're waiting on the DIA to make a public statement so that we can talk openly about what may be possible. At the moment, we only have provisional information.
Now, maybe I should keep my mouth shut. Thank you.
Can anyone else like to ask a question of Helen? Okay, we'll go to the mover statement. Thank you, Helen.
Thank you.
Yeah, I find the external funding interesting at times because of all the things that get pressed on you publicly. It's why is council wasting money on this, that and the other, and half the time it's an externally funded project, you know, so it becomes something that I think we have to really communicate well to our ratepayers so they understand the difference. That's all I've got to say there. Second statement there in Wilson Collins.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a really great point to make, and the next project for us to consider at the briefing this week, the Dargaville footpath project, is certainly one that
Creating some interest.
But no, just thanks to the staff for keeping these projects plugging along. It's been really fascinating to watch the life cycle. I mean, this item on this agenda last term was its own standalone committee because there were so many so many externally funded projects that council was grappling with. And so now to see those projects come to completion and the list come down to a manageable one item on our agenda is really great. So just hoping to see those last of those projects push through, and I await with bated breath at what on earth we might have been funded for.
Cross.
Okay, that was the second statement. Any other elected members wish to speak to this? Let's hope it's a goodie. Okay, that was my right of reply, by the way. So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried. Okay, 6.3. Clause 28, correction of the Operative District Plan map RMU 79 Kaihu Local Purpose Reserve. Can I have a mover for this? Councillor Nair, can I have a seconder? Councillor Lambert. And we have, welcome back, Paul. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Chairman. The easiest way to understand it, if you look at the coloured map. Mr. Chairman, this is only for information purposes. The decision to make corrections is delegated to the General Manager, who has approved it, but because it's Council's district plan that is applicable, it is brought to Council for your notification. This particular piece of land, RMU 79, you will see on the map, on the left-hand side map, is an enormous farm. While it's the intention, it should only be the Esplanade Reserve along the river that should be a reserve management unit. This was subdivided in 1995 and should have been picked up when the district plan was reviewed. And all we're doing now, the person who owns the particular property wants to sell it, despite the fact they can use it for their purpose. This green area is over their full property, and they've just asked, can we just limit it to the true Esplanade Reserve? That remains RMU 79 along the Esplanade strip, but the rest of the area that is shown as such it will be removed from that particular area. And as I say, it was, the subdivision was approved. Councillor Vincent has actually approved it in 1996, and therefore it should have been picked up at the previous plan change.
Thank you. Any questions of Paul? Councillor Nair?
Thank you, Mr. Just a quick question. Is it a one-off or these things happen quite well?
The interesting part is that the operative district plan does not have an open space zoning. It has, for whatever reason, a whole lot of resource management units, reserve management units identified all over the plan. And systematically, I'm looking at in our draft plan, we have identified which should be open space as a zoning and which should be taken off the maps. So systematically, when people have inquiries about it, we actually do these type of corrections. We have a whole lot of these type of things all along the state highway, pieces of land, out for land, that all of a sudden was made a reserve management unit, which it shouldn't have been. The Dargaville Waterworks, for argument's sake, stands on a resource management unit, but it shouldn't be. So systematically, we can work through this. When the plan is reviewed, we will correct all these previous mistakes.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Paul. Mover's statement, Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I thought it is just a, well, I shouldn't say typo, but these kind of things happen when the owner want to sell their property or do something, and then they find out that they can't do it because council made some mistake. And I think it'll be great, as Paul was mentioning, that he's looking at eliminating these kind of errors or possibilities by looking at the operative plan. So that's a step in the right direction. So I'm quite happy about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Second statement, Councillor Lambeth.
No, nothing to add.
Anyone else with any other members wish to speak? Okay, movers right to reply, Councillor Nair.
Nothing to say.
Okay, let's put it to vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Okay, next on the agenda, item 6.4, exceptions report. The recommendation is that the Kaihu District Council notes the exceptions report July 2023. I will move that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Nair, thank you. And the item is none other than CE Merritt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, it's a shorter report this month. You will have note. The financial data is not incorporated in here at the moment. We have our auditors currently across the road in a room doing what auditors do. They are with us for 2 weeks this time, and then they go away and they come back for another period of 2 weeks. So it's quite involved. So our team have been tied up with our auditors, making sure that they're happy about where we're at. Excuse me. What you'll also see on page 394 is a procurement recently awarded, been reported to you as well, too. And then we move on into the building and resource consents. And of course, initial month of July, really in the piece to see any trends. However, what you will notice is that it is a quieter start than the previous 3 years, actually. So that's, as I keep saying to you every month, that's a very good indicator of where this economy is at the moment and how it's starting out.
Which graph's that, please?
It's on page 395.
Oh, yeah, you've already seen applications received. Got it. Yep.
So that is, yeah, like I said, quite a bit lower than any of the 3 previous years. So good sort of bellwether. Well, interesting to see what sort of trend comes with that, given that it's only July we're looking at. We're also seeing the same trend for the resource consents as well. The only other thing I wanted to add is that on page 398 is the consents of interest. You guys have asked for this just to give an idea of what consents have been approved and coming up. So we've put that information in there for you. And from a customer service perspective, just wanted to let you know we're launching a bit of a comms campaign next week, actually, about our staff and the weekend and trying to I don't want to say be kind, but be nice and appropriate to our staff when dealing with us. So watch out for that campaign. It starts next week, which is great. That's it. That's all I have for you, Mr. Mayor. So if you have any questions.
Okay, any questions of City Maris? Councillor Nair.
First of all, I must commend you, Mr. Morris, that I see a lot of procurement and a lot of consents of interest. I see about 200 lots are being subdivided through this, which is a good sign. The question I have, obviously, it has to be a question related to. You're happy with it?
Happy with what specific?
Well, I am happy with the procurement method. I look at it and the one thing which ignites me and makes me happy is open tender. So you're doing one on Bowergate stock tanks and I see direct to suppliers. So I think a positive achievement in the procurement process. Anything to say there? Have you changed?
Very Mr. Mayor, yeah, so we've got the procurement policy. Through circumstance, some procurements have occurred where which is appropriate in the circumstances. I've approved that by exception, as long as it's within my financial delegations. But on the whole, absolutely, I'm pretty comfortable with where we are in the procurement phase. We do a lot of work. We have a panel of suppliers that's been pre-approved by council as well that we can use, and then we use them to obviously test the market too when we do get procurement in. Yeah. So yeah, pretty comfortable where we are.
Any further question, Councillor Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just do appreciate that we now have from staff this list of consents, and I think it's important that we have vision on what is happening behind the scenes, so to speak. I'm just querying, going over page 7, 31st of 5th, stage 140 lifestyle blocks. Black Swamp Road, is that, was that the Cadabra application or was that sort of be heard? And the other thing is, it seems that we don't have the 160 odd, well, I guess it's not applied, it hadn't been consented yet, but the applications for MetLife Care.
If it depends on when the process it is, and obviously we've only just started reporting these to you, so it could have been previous. I can't tell you whether or not it's the name that you said for Black Swamp Road, but I can find out for you.
Yeah, that's item 230-111.
So Lambeth.
In relation to the campaign for, how should I put it, niceness or politeness, would this be a routine thing that you rotate every year, or is it in light of particular incidents that happen in a couple of does it really matter, and is it's obviously timely, is it?
It is timely. We don't have an annual campaign at all. However, what I've noticed and what our staff have been subjected to probably over the last year, it's fair to say, last 9 months, has been difficult. We've seen increasing levels of abuse, and it's important that we just let the community know that, and let the community know that we're all here just to do a job. We just want to go here and do the job as best we can, and not to abuse or not to subject our staff to physical assaults, for example.
And just to follow up with that, we also suffer it too. So is there any way that we can become involved or help or assist in any way?
Look, I really appreciate that actually. Yep. Look, I'm very aware that you are out in your community all the time as well, too. So I acknowledge that. I suppose the only thing you can do is encourage constituents when they approach you to treat the staff appropriately. But also, follow good channels so we can actually respond to the demands and what they need, because that's really important too.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? All right, mover's statement. I've got nothing to say here. I'm happy with it. Second statement, Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the exception report was exceptional.
Thank you for that comment. The other elected members wish to make an exceptional statement? No. Okay, thank you. Movers right to reply. No reply required here. I think all those in favour raise their hand. Say aye. Aye. Against. Motion carried. Right. Next on the agenda. We're getting through it, people. 6.5. Resolutions register update August 2023. Recommendation is that the Kaihu District Council notes the resolutions register update August 2023. Can I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Howard, second Councillor Ash. No. So Alana, to my right, now to my left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I do, it's fine. So obviously resolutions register need to be updated monthly. Probably easier to take questions if you have any on the specific items. I might need to phone a friend for some.
Councillor
No. I was noting with interest a few items whereby I will start with something we decided. It was negotiated. It was with, was it the power company or something?
The item number?
Yeah, I'll come to the item number, but 160,000 or whatever we decided, and it's still under negotiation.
Correct.
Why?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so negotiation's a negotiation, right? So you, Council, you made a decision, you're very clear. We have been engaging with the power company directly. They've asked a question recently about the 20,000, about the funding, sorry, the annual funding, actually, and whether or not that's the life of the lease asset or the life of the easement. So we're working through that at the moment.
No, but what I need to know, at that time, they were in a rush. We were literally held by our neck to decide. And why it's taking so long?
Excluded session.
Yeah. Sorry, better. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, yeah, what is stopping?
Everybody's in a rush until they're not in a rush is the answer.
Okay, all right, thank you. And same story with a couple of other negotiations as well. Without going into details, the memorandum of understanding is still not done and all those kind of things. Without going into, I mean, I don't understand what is taking so long. Sorry.
The updates, so to corporate, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
We are working with that community. There've been, I think the update says they've requested a meeting with us to work through a couple of issues they have with the agreement. These do take time, actually. Sometimes they take a long time, as a matter of fact. I mean, I don't want to raise it here at the golf club, for example. So, you know, there are ones that do take some time to work through, and we got to react and work with the community in this space.
Anyway, well, my last is this August 2023. 21, we started with the Bailey's thing going on. Removal of the failed bags and reinstatement of the bank is planned for February 2024. What is such a big issue with this? Why we are having such a long timeline with things, and we elected members have to listen to all those people on a daily basis?
I might I'll bring Alan in for this. Right? I mean, obviously, this has been quite controversial in the community as well, and it's a long-standing. It's a long-standing situation, and we're in the middle of it, and we're going to have to see it through now. I'll hand over to Anna Nama.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair. Look, we have been talking directly with the residents directly affected above the bags. We've come to a plan where we'll be removing parts of the bag and reinstating the sand dune. We also need to make sure that when we leave, we're not exposing the sand dune to erosion. So there's a particular species of grass that we want to plant at the same time, and its available window is around the January, February process. So we also want to make sure that it's quite a substantive piece of work. So we are going to have to procure quite a bit of material, both sand and rocks. So I'm comfortable with the time frame. We've picked a window where we believe we can reinstate, hopefully have limited storm surges during that period, but also walk away with protection of the dune.
Thank you. Move a statement, Councillor Howard. Oh, question, sorry.
Question.
Councillor Howard,
Thank you.
Very well, guidance.
Item 2, the Alamo boat ramp car park improvement. Now, just interested in the comments at the end there, no plans on horizon. Now, we are been alluded to I think a 2015 report. You might be able to clarify that or confirm that, Sue. So I'm just, which actually detailed down, it was through the NTA, a number of options here. So is it possible to actually move that project along, looking at that report and the findings and whether we adopt any of those elements or not?
So through the chair, the report you're referring to, which shows quite a lot of work around the Alamo Boat Park, we haven't provided sufficient funds for that. But the General Manager Infrastructure has since provided 500,000 of them, has said he'll spend, and you just in your recent resolution approved that. 500,000 carry forward for Alamo. So I'll ask Anna Nama to comment on what it's going to be spent on. But in terms of the longer term, those plans would have to be brought forward and put into the long-term plan.
Yep.
Come back to you, Anna.
Thank you, Chair. Look, there's a detailed list of activities which I'll send through to the councillors, but essentially it's just doing some beautification works and some structural reinforcing of some walls in the area. The plan that you're referring to is a wider report that was done in 2015. It's something that we will feed into the LTP process, so it will become visible to you when, in a couple of months' time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other question, Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins?
Thank you. I was interested in that item too. That was one of my questions. But my second question was back on the Bailey's Beach issue, which I understand the history of it. But one of the bits of feedback that we get from that community is things start happening there and they don't know about it. So I'm just checking in that the community is aware that there will be this amount of work going on in February, which is still part of this peak season.
Before Anna over here. Sorry. Yeah, look, so it hasn't always been smooth for that community, and we've apologised where we need to, and I think we did that as a result of the recent comms that didn't happen before then. So we're well aware of it. But we'll pass over to Anna too, who's kindly walked all the way over here.
Yeah, that's okay. Through you, Chair. Look, there's been a little bit of disparateness amongst the community, if I have to say so. We've now got a community that is directly involved with the restoration. And so we're directly talking to them, but we are keeping the community informed. And in a month's time, we'll have to re-engage with the community because we may be successful with some external funding, or may not be. At which stage we'll bring the wider community into the conversation, but we just got a small concerned community at the moment that we're directly engaging with, but informing the rest.
Perfect. Thank you.
Would anyone like to ask Anna any more questions?
But it's not fun.
Okay, so you had a further question, Councillor Howard?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 15, the district plan review. It's great that, it's going to be taken off the register because the working party is working diligently on it. Just would be nice though, as it goes, to have a timeline guide as to when we might get report back.
ASAP.
No, noted.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, we will endeavour to try and get the minutes and stuff sent to elected members so you understand what the process is going through as well. It's a bit of a fluid situation in that we don't have an overarching timeline at the moment, but we can work on that with the working party and come back.
Okay, just we won't have visibility to it in this report anymore. That's all.
To be fair, there's only been a couple of working party meetings today as well. But I suppose once we get into a space we can actually report something back to, then we come back to a briefing to give you oversight.
Any further questions? All right, move a statement, councillor Howard.
Nothing really to add. Carried mine, it's good to have these and good to see some of them moving off the register.
Okay, councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing much, but I think the more we can communicate on Pere or whatever, it will be nice. There shouldn't be any surprises, especially to elected members, you know. Thank you.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, movers right to reply. Councillor Howard?
Nothing further to add, Your Honour.
Okay, let's put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Okay, I need to move it to recommend to move into a public excluded. Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins, seconded by Councillor Aotearoa. All those in favour say aye.
Aye, Mr. Mayor, can I just note that in that recommendation, we're including Michael Wood, who's the citizen person lawyer as well. Name them in the recommendation, so just so you're aware, that's what you've disposed of.
Gotcha.
A lawyer?
It's general.
Okay, now I want to confirm the previous minutes, is it? So call for a mover for that as well. Okay, I'll move it.
Actually move into public excluded yet? Yeah, sorry, I need to. Yes.
There's two.
Yeah, I think it's a good opportunity to take a 5-minute tea break, guys.